grenade! Oh, the double-double! Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one! Two other teams live. Like, for mercy right between you. Done. It's going to be a good old-fashioned.
What's going on, everyone? We are here for our final week of our PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe action until we get into our finals, which of course will be happening next week. But it's all about what's coming up in these next 2 days of league play. All of these teams, all 20 of them, have a chance to re-qualify or maybe qualify for the very first time here into the Super Weekend, where it's going to be a bloodbath to see who can make top 16 and make it into our finals. So Jason Kapp, I'm your host. I don't know why I'm touching my chest, but I do know I have our lovely analysts come in here help me maybe analyze why I did that. We have QLASH and we have Max Man 30. I don't know why you have 30 in your name, because you're definitely not 30 years old. You're more like closer to 15 than 30. How you doing, Max?
I'm doing fine. I mean, even I don't know why I have a 30 in that one. And you know what I'm going to say? Why you touch your chest is because you went out yesterday and you were like feeling real comfortable, so you're just touching it because you got that tan coming in, and I understand. It looks good.
Tan,
Jason.
or I think it's more like what QLASH's shirt, the color he's wearing. It's more of a sunburn.
Oh, really?
But QLASH, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Excited for these next 2 days, of course. The heat is very much on, not just outside Jason, but here as well, because all of these teams really want to qualify for that last Super Weekend.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on here right off the bat in the show. We're going to take a look at our bottom 8 teams overall at the moment in our Super Weekends and get an idea of what teams really need to qualify and what teams can maybe just scrape through, which honestly, I'd say none of them. I mean, you look at GSG Europe currently in 12th place, down 19th place for RESQ, who did not play in our last Super Weekend. But Max, this is getting extremely close for a lot of teams. I mean, ScrimFarm, they were 6th at the start of the Super Weekend. They fell down to 15th. RESQ, they were 9th. They fell down to 16th. They are now the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, they were a team that also is a newly formed team in the roster, so they still have some OG players and added with some new players in the roster. So they're still trying to adapt a little bit over time, and I think that they've been over a few trials and tribulations from time to time. So it hasn't been really looking amazing for ScrimFarm, but of course we are expecting them to try and qualify for this third and final Super Weekend. And then on the bottom side, RESQ, UMBRA, Gaijin, RESQ, they all showed us they can pull in some really strong performances, but not a very consistent kind of deal. So this is really the last opportunity for these guys on the bottom side. They need to make it through in this Super Weekend, and if you don't, well, that's where things are going to get a little bit spicy, because you're going to have to look at the other teams play in the Super Weekend, and we know that no one really enjoys to do that.
Brutal. Not even showing number 20. Not even showing Qatar Forces Esports here. This is a little unfortunate. Of course, they have not qualified for any of the Super Weekends just yet, Jason. And from me, in my mind, it's still doable. It is still doable. I mean, when they've not qualified, it's been via like a lack of 1 point. And guys like Anas and Yusef can pull this team from the dredges, from the claws of defeat, in my opinion. So, with 2 days left, let's see if that occurs.
You look at UDR Killers, right? I mean, this team didn't qualify the very first Super Weekend. They qualified the second, and they come in with 132 points. I mean, they had a phenomenal day 1 with about 70 points, and then day 2 and 3 was a little bit not as powerful as those, but we can still see they catapulted themselves to 14th place. I mean, there is a world, like you're saying, that we could have Qatar Forces. If they qualify and we get like the likes of UDR Killers, ScrimFarm, RESQ, maybe Polar Ace, like some teams in there not qualifying, that they could potentially launch themselves. But I think the caveat here is it's going to be extremely difficult, and they have to pull off a performance we have not yet seen so far.
I mean, in general, I've been talking also to a few of the players and teams and managers, and I was asking, especially for a few of the teams, what were their top 3 at the end of this tournament in the finals, and a name that actually came up quite a few times was actually Qatar Forces, and I think that this is, at least in the lobby of these 20 teams, they thought the Qatar Forces would perform a lot better. So I agree. I think it's still possible, especially because UDR Killers proved it to us last week that they can actually try and catch up, but you only have 15 games to catch up with teams that played already 15 games beforehand, or even some already played 30 games extra. You're going to have to make sure that not only you qualify as Qatar Forces, but the teams that are on the cusp, like your Team UMBRAs, your Gaijins, your RESQ, those teams do not qualify. So that's why I'm thinking tomorrow you might see Qatar Forces try and ruin chances for other teams to make sure they have a chance in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and it's still important to note, like, you know, you out there might be watching, well, Jason, why didn't you mention any of the other teams that were in the rankings? And, well, the fact is that they're going to be qualified through the Super Weekend, but it is still important for them to re-qualify because there's $1,000 on the line every chicken dinner. And also, more importantly, PMGC points going towards qualification process if they can't be one of the top 3 teams to make it into the AMA Regional Championships and then potentially qualify from there. So still a lot to play for all these teams, and they have to take every match as focused as they would have taken their very first one. I mean, $1,000, you can win 15 grand over the weekend, Claris. That's like a quarter of your day rate. That's pretty nice.
That's right. It's a difficult thing to have to grasp out there in the world, but that is very true. You make a great point, though, Jason. In terms of these teams that are very much so at the top, we just saw a lot of them there. These guys are safe for these 2 days. We are looking at the teams that are going to have a harder time here, that the heat is really, really on. And, you know, you look at your Destinies, your Pandas, your Eastern Stars, and we're all kind of comfortable about the fact that they're probably going to advance on into that Super Weekend. That's why the focal point, for me at least, really should be on that bubble, these teams that are in the danger zone. I mean, like Rice Gang, for example. I am genuinely concerned for Rice Gang, considering some of their previous performances. I don't know if they're going to be able to get into this next Super Week. And then when you sit at just, you know, 50-some points from the Super Week play that you had originally, that's when you're going to be knocked out. That's when you're not going to be going to the final.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the teams that we didn't expect to even have to contest for top 16 after the first week of play, it was ScrimFarm, actually. This team, they made a complete big splash when it came to day 1 in league play, and then there was a little bit of a fall off in day 2. Then they rose back up in the Super Week and then fell off again, but they really fell off when it came to league play week 2. And this team, I mean, again, I would have said after that first week, like, yeah, there's no way they're not making it. Like, they're 100% going to make it into our top 16, make it into the finals. But, Max, if they don't up their performance here, I might have to rethink what I thought.
I mean, this is a real roller coaster of a performance coming out from them. I mean, more on the downward side of a roller coaster, because things are definitely not looking good. You can see on the graph here, it's just been going downhill every single time. A pretty big margin at that too. And I agree with what you just said. Like, this is a team that was on the first page after the very first Super Weekend. You're thinking, wow, they're doing amazing. They got some great averages. They're looking fantastic. And right off the bat, second Super Weekend, they're already on the bottom of the second page, going a lot faster than what I initially expected. So ScrimFarm, they've been trying to adapt. As I said, there's still some big roster changes that happened just before this tournament, a month or 2 beforehand. They're still trying to adapt to it, but now you can't use that as an excuse anymore. I mean, potentially you could, but it's not going to get you anywhere. So I'm looking at ScrimFarm. I'm really hyped to see what they've been working on throughout the past week, looking at these other teams actually play into the Super Weekend, and I think that might be the difference maker in this league play.
Let's not forget the firecracker potential of Clown and Ditati in that first week. They looked like absolute powerhouses, and they can replicate this kind of performance. In week 2, that league play, they looked flustered. They looked floundering. They were not having the same success that they were having. Why? I mean, you could put that down to maybe the map rotation differences. When you look at their Sanhok play, I think that the circles did not favor the play style that they're going for, as weird and kind of outlandish as it might be compared to the rest of the lobby, but that's by the by. A lot to talk about, of course, Jason.
Yeah, I love how I'm so happy that I got to start out the ScrimFarm segment and I wasn't saying what you guys were saying, because I think we have someone here who might have been listening into all that trash talk there. With Ditati coming in for a quick little pre-show interview with us. Ditati, you got to check, like always, as we bring him in. Yeah. Can you hear me? Are we good?
Yes, I can hear you. All good.
Okay, awesome.
Hello,
so
everyone.
let's just jump into this, right? You got like games coming up really soon. So let's just ask you off the bat. You know, league play week 2. How did you guys feel about the end result?
Well, kind of disappointed, obviously, in the start, but I think it wasn't really reflecting our performance because we had some technical problems and also personal problems. But now the technical problems are solved. We just have some personal problems that are going around. Today, I think we're gonna play in 3 all games. But starting from tomorrow on, we're gonna be 4. I still think we can like do good, but it's gonna be a bit hard today. So yeah.
I mean, if you guys need a ringer, I can load it up on my my OnePlus 9 here and get in there for you.
Don't need Jason.
Yeah, you don't need me. I'd probably end up nading our own teammates. Claris, what do you want to ask the man?
Yes, so a big focal point, of course, of the discussion for you guys has revolved around Sanhok and the way in which you guys are approaching it. some of us think that maybe it's not working. Some of us think it can work. I'm on the side of the fence that it can work. Do you put down the lack of points that you got on Sanhok last week due to the circles kind of being close to you, so it doesn't allow you to go for that kind of blue rotational play? What are your thoughts?
No, I think what happened actually is that our mental got affected by the fact that we had some lags in technical problems and like the problems that we had as a team, and we started fighting each other, and then our mental broke like day to day, and I think it can be seen on our results. So I think that was really the problem. Now we have, I mean, the Sanhok strat should work. The only map that we lacked, now we fixed our problems, was Miramar, when we have hard shifts. Now we fixed also, we had the problem on Erangel with third parties. We weren't usually used to getting third party because we were the ones doing it. So yeah, but we left the guy there to Overwatch, so should be everything fine now. Also, I mean, we have to play as a 4-man squad to be good, but yeah, it is what it is.
Sure.
Hey, we saw you and Clown. We saw you and Clown in week 1 put up the big numbers. Maybe you only need a 2-man squad. Max, what do you think?
Well,
okay.
Oh, sorry. No. Ask us.
No, go for it. No, you got an answer. Go for it, man. We want to know more about you. Hey, I'm just here to ask questions.
Okay. Well, I also wanted to say that we have 2 rookies in the team. It's Woodson and Spectra, and they're like not used to. For example, Woodson is his first big tournament. He never played PMCO. He never played PMPL. So the first week, his hands shaked. He couldn't even shoot people. And I think that's kind of fixed also. And I'm gonna join like the fights more in front line. Then I'm gonna stay more in back line and all as an Overwatch. So you guys should see me and Clown and the 4th guy from main team, Fox, on the roll from tomorrow on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm super hyped for that, actually, to see you guys, you and Clown especially, try and play it together. I mean, you guys were, MVP a few times in the first week especially. But I got a question I wanted to ask you here, because you guys did not play then in the second Super Weekend. So I wanted to ask on your side, not playing the Super Weekend, what were you guys doing on the back end? Were you doing VOD reviews, maybe scrims? Like, what were you guys working on behind the scenes?
Well, we had to fix like the toxicity between us, and that has been solved by not playing that many scrims. So we were playing, besides PMPL, 1 or 2 scrims a day, which was I think too much for us, and we didn't have good focus for the games, and that was a problem for us. So now we fixed that, so we should be clear and focused for PMPL.
Desati, I have to say it is so refreshing to have someone give such honest answers about everything going on within the team. I mean, it's so easy for a player to just say, oh yeah, we're just having some problems, but it's all fixed. But for you to actually talk about, the mental break that happened within the team and the frustrations, I want to just say from all of us here, we really appreciate the openness and honesty out of it. But I don't want to keep you too long, because obviously you guys have matches come up very, very shortly. But I wanted to give you the chance to give a shout out, to fans, friends, sponsors, your favorite on-air talent, us. Ball's in your court.
Well, I should give the shout out to the people that still believe in us, even though we were kind of dog shit. But yeah, I mean, we should make them proud in finals. Until finals, we won't give everything, but in finals we will.
Well, hey, I can say it definitely seems like you guys are mentally prepared for this weekend. And honestly, I can say from all of us, we're excited to see you guys play this weekend. Definitely excited to see you guys on Sanhok yet again. But Desati, thank you very much for joining us, man. And I wish you guys the best of luck today.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Good luck.
You too.
Bye.
All right, that was nice. That was refreshing. That was cool. I liked it. Clarks, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, very much so. We've been in this business quite a long time, and you don't get those kinds of answers a lot. So very, very nice to hear. I have to reiterate, in terms of what they have available to them, there is great potential there, and if they can solve some of those kind of hindrances that they do have occurring right now, I don't see any reason why they can't be at the top when it comes to these kinds of regional play.
Yeah, Max, it kind of makes me think of Black Sparks a little bit, right? When they subbed out Luffy and Sanfor when it came into the Super Weekend and like day 2, day 3. It maybe that just like time off, you know, like he was saying, they were playing PMPL and they were doing scrims on top of that. That's a lot. You don't have that time to just relax, to mental reset, to, you know, get away from each other a bit. And it sounds like they really pinpointed and focused in on what the problems are.
I mean, especially when you have some new players that have very little competitive experience in that sense. You just talked about Woodson, that, you know, this is his very first big tournament that he's actually playing into. So I think that having that mental break every once in a while is very important. Well, they did that somewhat forced upon them in week 2 because they didn't make it to the Super Weekend. But regardless, they were still training. And I did really also enjoy the fact that he said they were working on toxicity, because, you know, that it can very easily get out of hand in a team. You know, I'm toxic, but you wouldn't know by just watching the broadcast. But I'm not going to say it either. But I do think it's good, as you mentioned, Jason, that they're actually able to yeah, it's true, I am really. But able to work on it and actually bring it up. I think that's a great sign of a team trying to improve. So I'm hoping to see them go into the finals, because he hyped me up, man. He said, you're going to see us go full ham in the finals. So I hope they make it now.
I hope for Woodson as well here. His hands only shake in one circumstance, when he's getting headshots in game. Let's take a look at our schedule. You guys can see what maps will be coming up today. I'm not sure if any of you out there even got that reference. I'm hoping Claris did. We do have only 2 maps we played during league play. Boom, headshot, FPS dog. Anyways, Sanhok and Erangel happening throughout the entirety of today and tomorrow. You can see, of course, we have all 20 teams playing, so groups will be sitting out. Group B will be sitting out the very first match, but it's going to be on Sanhok, and I'm excited to see how things are going to go here. There's a lot of action. We've had so many great Sanhok matches, I feel like, over the last week, and I'm wondering here, Mr. Claris, if we can maintain it. But you can see some of the teams that will be playing, and again, some of the teams that we've been pointing out in particular that really need to scrape together another solid league play here, and they have to do even better when it comes to the Super Weekends.
Yeah, Space Control has been the name of the game for Sanhok, not only in terms of controlling compounds, but controlling some high grounds. We've seen decent amounts of circles finish on that northwest island, which teams like Destiny have been able to take advantage of. But even when it's not been up there, when it's been down near Quarry, Destiny has still been one of the teams to take advantage of that, despite kind of some tricky rotations here and there. But that's not really a team that we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on these teams that are kind of in that danger zone, Max. And of course, when I'm looking at this, I think that still teams like UDR Killers and UMBRA can make waves here on Sanhok if they're able to have a little bit of room. Like UDR Killers, of course, doing very well in terms of some central play. UMBRA liking to come in a little bit later.
I do fully agree with UDR. I think UDR has adapted their playstyle to Sanhok really well, especially in the transition from week 1 to week 2. I think playing the Eastern Coastal Line is some of the best plays you could do. But there are other teams that I really enjoyed how they've been playing. I think especially QLASH, that typically drop very split, and they regroup quickly. So I'm hoping to see teams like Gaijin try and play that way too. So yeah, I mean, it's week 3. Teams have been improving a lot throughout the past 2 weeks. So I'm expecting even better things coming in today.
Well, Claris, you had a dream last week about Banks serving you a cheeseburger and then eating it in front of you. I had a dream last night that RESQ would put up a chicken dinner today. I swear to God, I had a dream about that, and I want to see if they can make it happen over the course of today and get themselves into their second Super Weekend. But gentlemen, that's it from you guys. You guys can take a quick little break here. We get to go watch the match together because it's time to bring our commentators back in, as Owen Wilson is just haunting this virtual reality studio. Let's bring in John, Allen, and Blank here. We're going to be covering the very first matches for you guys. And honestly, John, like, that was such a nice interview with Tatati. I just wanted to hear maybe your guys' thoughts on it, because it was very open, it was very honest, and it was very refreshing to have.
I think it was absolutely. The guy was so genuine there, and it's very easy, as he said, like Woodson feeling a little bit nervous at the start of the tournament potentially. It's very easy to, when you get on a broadcast, to just be nervous and sort of tense up and go like, we're having a good time, we really love playing here, or, you know, just having very basic answers. But it was so nice to hear such honesty, and I think that it's a fantastic testament to the guy. Like, and he looks exactly like Tormund Giants playing. That's what I'm going to be calling him from now on.
I think Blank Woodson actually, I think he messaged me. He said, yeah, I was also really nervous because I have my favorite commentators of John Allen and Blank casting, which obviously adds a lot of pressure as well. But Blank, I mean, we got Sanhoks, we got Erangels all week today in league play. I'm really excited to see how teams are going to play, and I'm excited for you two to take this one away as well.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, for that interview, though, like everyone says, it was very refreshingly honest. But I think one thing was mentioned in there was the fact that, you know, that off angle was oftentimes taken by Tatati towards the back line. I would love to see him towards the front. I've been saying a lot of times here, I think that third party is a bit of an issue for them, but a lot of times that off angle doesn't work out. So I would love to see them just to take that more proactive approach, you know, just try and fly into that circle, get those kills, get it done. But we are heading into our first match of the day. It is Sanhok coming from Camp Bravo all the way up to Hatin, so a lot of teams dropping towards this northern side. Again, though, we've got all 20 teams in this lobby, so we're going to be chopping and changing as the day goes through. We've got RESQ in this lobby, we've got ScrimFarm in this lobby, we've got Qatar Forces in this lobby too, John, and these are all teams that, you know, they need to qualify. They desperately need to qualify. I think Qatar Forces, they need to qualify and then also just flame their way through the entire Super Weekend and just send everyone to bed.
Night. Try and take the points home. Let them roost overnight. Get some eggs in the morning from the chickens that you're going to cook up into that lovely dinner. That's what they want to be looking for here. LVP, Lakonostra MVP dropping towards Painan. I thought I saw Black Sparks heading out that way, but then I caught sight of the rest of them split over. So they're actually quite heavily split, the Black Sparks right now, in the middle of this map. Over towards, a little bit towards Painan, but mostly over towards Quarry.
Yeah, for Lakonostra MVP, obviously they play Painan. Now, Black Sparks probably have identified this, want to head on over, give them a quick cheeky peek over there, maybe throw some bullets their way, just let them know that, you know, there is a team in the vicinity. I think too many times Lakonostra MVP gets so much free reign from playing Painan by themselves that, you know, they can be kind of cocky in that late game because no one's really been towards their location. Destiny often, you know, rotates behind them and Nakam down to Salami and then pass through Camp Charlie. I think it's been very rare we've seen them actually come up to even, you know, poke towards the guys over in Painan or Lakonostra MVP. But here's UMBRA versus Qatar Forces. Now, this is an interesting fight, actually, between them because last league play, remember, UMBRA actually beat out Qatar Forces, not by a single point, but by a single placement point, which was the difference between the two teams. And obviously, we've got a more heavy focus on those placement points and making it into the Super Weekend. Already, though, one player from Qatar Forces down, not a good start.
Naruto not going down there was absolutely crucial. Be able to keep alive there. I think Anas was the first to go down, which means another has been knocked. 2 players down for Qatar Forces. Talon around the side. Naruto up close, out the window. Gives the guidance to Talon, who tries to turn the corner, but sent back by a hail of bullets. Not quite able to get the res either. So Qatar Forces still down in terms of the numbers up and running. PRZ on the off angle, quite a distance away, so no use in this close quarters combat. Team UMBRA very low as Naruto goes down. A nice quick push comes through up the stairs. Looks for one, sees another. Talon crosses out in the open. Easy pickings, easy spray coming through from Duxon.
Yeah, Duxon's absolutely killing this fight at the moment. Now PRZ's coming in, trying to pick up some players. PRZ, though, will find Wadea. Now just prologue PRZ up for UMBRA. I think it's 3 still alive for Qatar Forces. They currently still have advantage here. This will be a nice start to the game, especially starting in Kampong. We'll be able to start to reach out towards the rest of the map. But we get that southern circle, so we have the southwest island in play and a little bit towards Quarry area. PRZ, though, finding Wadea, taking him down. Now Panda's going against RESQ, another team that absolutely needs to qualify. And you know what? The one team that I don't want to go against up in this lobby, John, it is Panda. They have been an absolute roll recently. Coming through from the Super Weekend, 372 points. Remember, Eastern Stars, second place, 308. Panda is absolutely mad in this tournament.
They are starting to pop off and really making a name for themselves. So they're 3 players at the moment blank, so they are diminished in force right now. RESQ don't have the advantage because Nexus did go down earlier. I believe we're going to get a replay of that just there. Because Yiz lines up the shot, Nexus out in the open. Behind the rock as well. On the wrong side of it, unfortunately. Will not have any cover as Panda still hold out the RESQ.
As a 3-man unit as well. Now that is impressive to say the least. I think for Panda, you know, it might only be 3 players, but in this case, it's like having 3 tanks opposed to 4 tanks. You know, 3 tanks is still fairly strong in that situation and not something I want rolling up on me in that scenario. Looking over towards the eastern side now, Polar Ace and ScrimFarm. ScrimFarm, if they can actually regroup here, because they have Woodson, obviously Foxy and Clown up towards Cow at the moment, so it's a light issue, but they do have that 4-man unit, even though they said they'd be playing with 3 today. I wonder what happened there. Clown obviously up towards Cow by himself, so I wonder if he is just a player that is not able to join, but he's trying to be in there for, you know, maybe he's able to stick out there in the blue. You know, maybe not healing, but he gets maybe some points. I don't know.
Gaijin Seraphim going up to bat against the Black Sparks, and at the moment, they've made it to first. Second knock as well is found, and they're on that second, rounding the back of the diamond right now. trying to move on through. 2 players up close behind a rock. A nade would see them pretty rotten right now as a nice knock comes through from Hemo. Excellently found behind the wall, through the gap. Will be able to shoot some more as well. Finds the drop shot, and that was bold. Unfortunate for Gaijin Seraphim, but they lose 2 to the single Lone Ranger up the front here. Kosti looking to pop the nades over the top. There's some nades from his teammates as well. They're zoning him away. A nice cook will find Hemo. They can start to move up, potentially look for these reses. Black Sparks isolated at the back of the compound.
Luckily, the 2 players at the back have healed all the way back up to full. So Seraphim Gaijin trying to throw those nades through the window. That's a nice nade off the right-hand side there. Stop them from making that push. But now both players going wide, trying to throw out those nades. Billand actually finishes off his own player, which is pretty terrible in this scenario. Kosti just holding down the wall, but they're pulling round now.
We'll find one. Vindex hits the drop. Unfortunately, Gaijin Seraphim couldn't do it earlier out in the open. But no such luck for them. In return, a spray down. They line up, but it will not be knocked down. 2 players survive for Black Sparks, and Gaijin Seraphim eliminated.
That was some really good coordination here through from Billand and Vindex, both dropping through at just slightly uncoordinated times, which really catches Seraphim Gaijin off guard, right? Because you got one player comes out the back and you're like, oh, we've got to focus on him. And then some other dude just leaps over the fence just a second later, and you're completely off your game at that point. ScrimFarm back to their usual antics, though, out towards the eastern edge. And I do believe Clown is an AFK for the team. So they're going to try and play this one out as much as possible. And honestly, I am in the mind that this playstyle does work, given the chance. It does seem like it was a bit awkward last league play, but now we know why. There was technical issues. I'm not sure how much we can say to that, but also being able to know there was some issues within the team as well, you know, that causes a lot of problems, especially when you're trying to pull off an intricate strat like this.
It's very difficult to address that sort of thing as well, so testament to them for giving it a go and trying to address those things. So fantastic stuff coming through from ScrimFarm. We'll have to see if that will bear fruit, though, because, of course, as we know, they didn't make it into last Super Weekend blank, so they really want to have their hurrah into the next one, get in there, get some points on board. Not only that, have the chance to win a little bit of cash for those chicken dinners as well.
Oh yeah, I mean that'd be lovely to come away with some money at the end of it in that Super Weekend. But first, they've got to make their way through the gauntlet, which is the league play at the beginning of it. And to be fair, so many times this league play has been a bit of a gauntlet with swinging logs, you know, those axes coming through the air. It's been difficult to leapfrog your way through. Which is exactly how I go about a gauntlet, by the way, John. I just leapfrog all the way through the entire thing. I got one buddy with me. We're just leapfrogging over each other's back. We're good to go. And that's what it's all about. Teamwork, teammates.
Lank, this is a chess gauntlet. What are you doing? You don't stop leapfrogging over the boards. You're ruining everyone's
I'm playing
game.
checkers now. It's over.
Oh no. Oh no. He's hippity hopping all over the shopping in. I don't think that's a word, but there we go. Panda down the hill, they're still on 3. They have crossed over from the northwestern island. GSG seem to have some inclination of that. All of the teams from the northwestern island have made it away. Rice Gang were able to escape with only 1 casualty over towards boot camp right now.
Yeah, so this is absolutely fine. I mean, there is 52 players alive, so we've had quite a eventful beginning of the game, right? Clown now taking damage in the blue, moving slightly. I don't know what he's doing. Nexus, again, down towards the southwest of Barn, just holding it down. Team that makes it towards the end of the game, but can never quite get their hands on that greasy chicken dinner, sadly, for themselves. So I wonder how far Nexus can go. But we get our next circle shift, does head directly onto Papainan. So there is that river in between. A lot of teams will be trying to decide whereabouts they want to hold, so they have access to both islands. Panda, with a very nice spot up towards the northern side, right on the edge of that river, gives you a lot of chance to cross when you need to. Again, they just need to hold out Rice Gang, but with having a player down from Rice Gang already, Panda is at equal footing now, which is amusing to say, but yes, they will be at equal footing. Black Sparks, on the other hand, with 2 players, slightly harder now for themselves in these final circles where there is so much third partying. They're going to be very silent as they come in.
Teams in the northeast out of the circle at the moment. It's GODSENT still potentially looking to guard out ScrimFarm. They might have known that ScrimFarm do this strat. It's very well noted. We've talked about it a lot. Perhaps they're looking to target and isolate the team specifically. But then for GODSENT, they're looking all right in the Super Weekends. They've already had 2 on the board. They've done well on the point scoring as well. It's unlikely for them that they will go down. Maybe not super worried about qualifying. Of course it is best for everyone if they do. But on the southeast, we've got Team UMBRA as well as Qatar Forces, who have yet to leave their engagement fully. Unicorns are love. They are right in the middle of the circle. Well, northeast of it, just a little bit. Painan's basically in the middle right now. They're on a pretty important compound on that juncture to bother out the northeastern side, which is going to be difficult for Nexus, GODSENT, and ScrimFarm if they move in.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think GODSENT's moving in towards Nexus's position now. With Nexus being hunkered down for such a long amount of time, they should have a good spot to drop down the bipods, look down the iron sights, and try and take some shots out towards GODSENT, who are now running through. But Nexus opting, just let this happen. They're not even going to try and take shots. There's BAM though, maybe with a few, but GODSENT rolls on past.
Nice scouting, get the information on a couple of their positions, don't take too much damage, send the rest of them in behind. The spray from BAM with the UMP, unfortunately, not quite on target there. GODSENT get away, not unscathed, but straight into the waiting arms of Polar Ace. They move up to the compound and one gets shut down immediately. Tommy Gun up close, behind the rock. Nade being cooked now by Caster. They try and send them away, and GODSENT want the fight. Nexus not looking to try and third party here. Nades not quite making it over the rock. Another not being cooked just yet for Caster. The res coming through for GODSENT. Reeves on the backstop as well for them. Will have some decent angles to cover there. Didn't see the foot poking out there. Was looking back towards the buildings. Polar Ace safe for now, but GODSENT still waiting. Hungry wolves in the woods right now. There's off angle coming through from Polar Ace, and that's going to strike Suave in the side. Excellent stuff coming through from Polar Ace to leave holes out that wide and extend it, get that sweep on, really put the pressure on GODSENT Blank.
Yeah, I mean, it was really important they did send this off angle out too, because looking over towards the other side of the quarry where they could have had some third parties coming through, there's absolutely no one there. So Polar Ace are on their own in this fight. They can't rely on anyone taking shots towards GODSENT's pretty open position. So sending holes out early, try and get some knocks is super duper strong.
I really like how Polar Ace are leaving their position as well. You see them move down to that roadside, start to swell over GODSENT in the direction that they know they're vulnerable from. Picking up 2 kills so far, so now GODSENT have to regroup, have to remount, maybe try and reposition, but they've been given a building. The next circle's going to come through. Polar Ace might just want to fully disengage. GODSENT certainly do. They're going all the way across the bridge of the quarry. And AZ does get spotted out by holes again. A crucial player in this previous engagement. Not going to be able to find too much more here. The shift comes in. It's over towards the north side of Painan.
I mean, this is a lovely change of pace, though, for me coming through Polar Ace. You usually see this team just hold out and just kind of bunker down for so long and not really do too much. So it's lovely to see this proactive attitude coming through from Polar Ace here. Seeing this team so many times focus on those placement points and get nothing because of it. Coming over to a new fight, though, Lost Bullet versus RESQ. RESQ, a team that really needs to make it into the Super Weekend. Currently, they're in a bit of a bad spot. Lost Bullet with 4 players. RESQ trying to pull up Wild alone, probably their best player on the team.
Oh, a couple of knocks coming through towards the Lost Bullets. Out in the open, Dabby goes down. Can't quite find enough retribution either, which means that RESQ are now 4 strong in the fight against the Lost Bullets, who have lost 2 so far. The knocks coming in and the points starting to go over. There's another knock coming through as well. Only 1 player stands now for the Lost Bullets. Out in the open, these knocks are going to get flushed. It's only Alush left in the lurch by the rest of his team. Destiny just over the hill as well. Look at this. They might be trying to backstab RESQ. This could be disaster. If RESQ are not aware of this, they might just get cut down in the middle of this field.
Yeah, because they're so open right now, because they're playing end fight at the moment. And end fight, what you really want to do is start sweeping where Lost Bullet were holding. But what it does open you up to is free angles from other teams. So they need to clean up this fight quickly before Destiny get up in the chase. If they just play it safe now and just start looting without a care in the world, they're going to get absolutely dumpstered here by Destiny.
Oh, she's got one. They've got the bead. RESQ looking to try and guard the back, but it might be too little too late. I don't know if they have the information. The Molotov in hand. Thinks, no, does throw it out. So that's going to give the game away. They are going to spot him, however. And the Tommy gun will be able to land the shots. The spray is there. 1 knocked now for RESQ. And this is a great start to the fight for Destiny. But they still have a little bit of a way to go. Mihi able to move down sideways. Create space for the team. Moving on in, they force them into this compound. They are shepherding this team right now. Blank RESQ trying their best to maintain a base of fire. But they are being corralled, and it is not the position you want to be in against Destiny. An excellent pitched battle coming in. Excellent planning, third party. This is how you want to do it, Blank, but maybe slowing down a little bit. Moving up, though, it's Beast. He doesn't want to slow down one jot. Goes for the spray. The players behind the rock just fall, tumble one after the other, and it's just Wild alone, left Wild and alone, able to land the spray with a micro Uzi. Will go look for the flush, look for the point as well. They've got 4 in the game so far, and Mehi goes down. Looks for the bandage, doesn't have any first aids. Super low, has the boosters and will get spotted. Beast dismounts him, but at the cost of one player, Destiny, able to play the third party nicely.
We see this immediately as well. You see Beast drop in the background into a quick prone. They are looking now, and this is the difference between Destiny and a team like RESQ, who's maybe a little less experienced here, is that straight away you can see Beast now scouting up the hill. They are aware that there's a potential third party coming in here, and that's what you always have to be aware of on Sanhok, is if you take an elongated fight, there is a team coming up behind you 9 times out of 10, and you need to be ready for them. Now, Nexo comes through, heads across the river over towards Ruins, and Destiny's in a very good spot to hold out teams like Lakonostra MVP, who are going to roll around on that southeastern edge. Polar Ace, though, they took out a player from Black Sparks. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Polar Ace this game. Much more aggressive, and you need to see that, especially when you're a league player with so many Sandhoks in the cards. You need to be on the top of your game in terms of gun skills. You need to be on top of your game in terms of team fighting. You need to get those points in that way.
And I don't know if you caught that, Blank, but on the side, that was Polar Ace with 3 players in the top 8 in terms of damage so far this game. They did really well. That was probably mostly from their fight that they had where they sent out wide with holes. RESQ, though, re-engaging with GSG. They've been next to each other. There's been tension between these two teams all game so far after they crossed over towards boot camp. And now, looks like that's coming to a head. 2 players down for RESQ, and QLASH will be the final player standing for RESQ. Not really in a position to go for these reses right now. And GSG controlling this bridge is super powerful in this circle.
Yeah, GSG's got a very strong position at the moment. Trying to hold down all these teams. They want to make their way through. RESQ as well with not too much of a shout here, especially with losing a player early. ScrimFarm, though, they're pulling all the way in through the backside of the circle here, coming through Ruins and Tambang. AZ just flying through. He's a lone ranger left for GODSENT at the moment. No one else is on this team is going to give him help. He needs to find a position he can play. Again, though, ScrimFarm actually pulling all the way on that western bridge. So very interesting play here. Going to swing back around the backside of Destiny. But Unicorns of Love, they're under a heavy pressure at the moment as every team is trying to find a home here in Painan.
Very difficult to do so, Blank. AZ was able to get into a building that is in the next circle, but he's on the wrong side of the river, really, for the next shrink. We'll see if there's a hard eastern shift back towards the river, which would be absolutely brutal for everyone involved. But at the moment, it's fighting on the south side of Painan. You can see Polar Ace trying to move through, as well as Unicorns of Love. But Unicorns of Love are super grouped right now, and Caster is on the off for Polar Ace. I don't think they're going to be able to get Itachi back up, so that's 1 player down for Polar Ace as they start to move through. Unfortunately, Unicorns of Love are just going to be looking to take this one down. AZY hoping against hope that it doesn't get spotted. 1 player goes down for Polar Ace. His holes to fall. Bardo second to go, and it's Unicorns of Love to ride strong right now. GODSENT further up with a solo player. Just looking to stay alive, and the nades start to come through from Lakonostra MVP. RESQ eliminated in the meantime. 3 players are there for Lakonostra MVP, and they are just going to send the bombardment their way. Unicorns of Love trying to move through, a nade being cooked by AZ. I think they know someone's in here. Nade thrown out, and they know now. Burning down as well. That's GODSENT eliminated now.
I don't know if you've seen what I've seen, but looking at ScrimFarm's position, they were right on the edge of Ruins, and immediately the circle centers up, and there's a couple of compounds here, but a very important one right on the western edge, and ScrimFarm directly next to it are like, okay then, free compound, guess we'll take it. So immediately from that massive western rotation they took, they have a lovely spot. Datati staying true to his word. He's playing that off angle towards where Panda's coming through, so he should have oversight on this one before they do move down to this compound, providing all the ample information the rest of the team needs to hold out this western edge.
Every tournament, Blank, I give out the title of the Wide Swing Kings, and well, today, the Sanhok Wide Swing Kings are ScrimFarm. They've managed to slide themselves on in there. They've shimmied and jived their way into a great spot. Panda, though, looking to challenge them for it. Over in the northwestern edge, unfortunately for them, they've got Nexus at their back, and they will lose players to it. Excellent punishment coming through from these 2 teams. Panda do get eliminated. They get crunched between Nexus and ScrimFarm. And Nexus looking to try and move on through as well, trying to continue their reign, but there's only 2 of them left. ScrimFarm still 4 strong. Lakonostra MVP trying to lead Painan and Unicorns of Love trying to harry them as they do. Danny, last standing for the squad, just out of the blue now. Low HP, but has the first aid. Unfortunately, bullets beat healing in this situation, and Destiny able to take them down. Lakonostra MVP eliminated. Unicorns of Love still with Ked, healing out in the blue. Southern shift to Destiny.
Oh yeah, and I mean here the circle might have favoured that wide swing king for a little while, but now it's favouring the third party boys here in Destiny who have really worked to find this position on the southern edge. Pulls down towards them, so ScrimFarm's going to try and get rid of the remaining players from Nexus. They know they're still on this side, but they will be pushed very shortly by this blue. UMBRA, PRZ, he's been a long way. We know how far PRZ can make it as a final member of the team. So again, doing wonders for the team all the way up into the top 6, 15 players alive here. Tudor trying to run across, and it will be Nexus Rana to try and find something here.
How's that for a beheading? Out in the open as well. Tudor goes down. And Destiny holding the hillside. GSG trying to mount. ScrimFarm trying to move up as well. UMBRA finally falling. Polar Ace still a player out in the blue healing as well. GSG, they have probably one of the best spots to try and take on Destiny here, but they are still out in the blue. ScrimFarm looking to try and move in, but they are just getting cut down as well. Datati a little bit further back, trying to hold it down as Clown does fall. Woodson alive, the only forward player for ScrimFarm right now. As Fox falls, Datati started to move in as well. GSG, they swing around the sides. They're looking for positioning against Destiny here, but it's so difficult with so much control.
At least a top 3 placing though for ScrimFarm, so they're pretty happy with it. Now I wonder how many meds Datati does have on side, considering their playstyle revolves around having those meds available to them. So it'd be curious to see how many first aids he still has on board. But it will be Destiny versus Tudor now. And look at this, Noshi's right on top of him. Kamara will go down. Can't get towards the smoke in time. Levi also down, just Andalito I think remaining for the team now. Destiny might just be able to finish one up, but Destiny is now out with ScrimFarm.
And Alito falls, and with it, the final nail in the coffin on the game. Destiny able to stand strong. It seems like League play is their plaything, Blank. They absolutely come out swinging in the first game of the day. The question is, will they be able to carry that performance into Super Weekend this time around? They haven't had that sort of performance in those Super Weekends, and I'm really looking forward to it. But for now, they're going to be happy with that chicken dinner. Excellent control exerted on that southern shift of the circle.
Absolutely. I think I was chatting very briefly with Mickey in one of the games afterwards, and he was just explaining how, it was great to finish the final day of Super Weekend on a bang, because they just weren't very impressed with their own performance throughout the rest of the Super Weekend. But I mean, it looks like that bang has fully transferred itself into a couple of fireworks coming to League play as we get this lovely win from them here on Sanhok to begin with. ScrimFarm, though, again, that is a good start to the day. That is a very good start to the day. The strat is working, and that actual rotation they made was fairly smart as well. And there was a world within that game that if he stays on that western edge towards that compound, potentially they can even win that whole thing out, because they've done a great job to take down Panda with the help of Nexus, and also put the hurt onto Nexus at the same time. So they'd set themselves up very, very beautifully towards that western edge. Unfortunately, it goes that way. GSG, though, lovely stuff from them. Remember, they were harried by a lot of teams, John, towards that bridge crossing. They were holding a lot of people out to make it that far after that massive beating towards that edge is very, very good.
Absolutely. They had probably one of the most hard-fought journeys through that game. If you remember Destiny, they start on the northwest. I believe they just went down to that southwestern island, and they were there the whole time, right? ScrimFarm as well. They swung out in the blue. They went all the way over and made a similar, actually, path through the blue to get their position in that final circle. But GSG, they absolutely went tooth and nail against everybody who tried to step up to them. They controlled that bridge. They stopped people moving through. They absolutely deserved to finish in that top 3.
They absolutely did, John, 100%. I think it was an interesting game, a fun game, to be honest with you, to say the least. It always is here on Sanhok, right? But we had a real aggressive beginning to this match. Kills all over the place. This fight between Black Sparks and Seraphim Gaijin was really nice for me to watch, actually. Some cool play. I mean, the only thing that I didn't like was when Black Sparks naded their own teammate, which was fairly unfortunate. But Vindex, as well as Billend, actually finished this fight out with an absolute resounding roar. It was was very nicely played for them both. This was this jump out that I was so impressed with. But the rest of the game is good. It was good fun. It's nice to see that edge down towards the southwest being played out. Obviously, Destiny, you mentioned them swinging around. They took the boat, landed up on the shore of the southwest island, and just played from there. It was a very good third party onto RESQ after their fight with Lost Bullets, and that ended in disaster for them.
Absolutely. So that's the value of it. They did that with 3 players as well. I think they lost a player in that engagement. I think it was Mihi who did go down. Yeah, there you can see it on the highlights, for having fallen for the team of Destiny. So they were able to exert that sort of control with 3 playing, which is great, especially without Mihi, who is their ostensibly their off-angle specialist, right? Their guy who really likes to play out in the sticks away from the rest of the squad. So they did fantastically well to be able to hold things down. They stopped everybody leaving Painan, stopped people moving on out, and they moved to the other side of the circle when it mattered.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Destiny themselves, it's a strong team. It's a very strong team. They're all individually talented, which is why it works when they lose one player. It doesn't matter so much to them. They can still make a game like this happen very easily. And in that game with high kill points, high points in terms of just a chicken dinner as well. So I'm not sure how many it was at the end. I believe it was 11 kills going towards their side. So nice game overall. I think that's 26 points total that they were able to accrue that game. 31, sorry. So beautiful game from them.
That's the stuff. Quick maths. Pretty difficult to do, but we'll take a look at what those final scores are going to be when we head back over to the analyst desk after this short break.
Well, that's a wrap here on match number 1 on Sanhok, our first of 3 of the day here at PMPL Western Europe. And we had ScrimFarm get a top 3 placing and a good amount of points built up for themselves. But also, we had Destiny take home the chicken dinner, and GSG Europe putting up some big numbers. Again, a team that's kind of gone under the radar for us for, I'd say, a majority of the event, but they're starting to catch your eyes a little bit here as we do start off our 3rd week of league play. Let's take a look right off the bat here of our match rankings and start to talk about some of these, because there's some teams in particular we really want to focus on. Some teams that are on that cusp, where I've been on that cusp of top 16 or maybe not qualified into the Super Weekend, that have been able to start off relatively strong compared to other teams here, Kalaris.
Yeah. Don't you breathe, Max. It's my time.
It's like,
right.
oh, I was ready. Okay, I'm sorry.
We have Destiny with the 11 kills. They had fantastic splits. They understood exactly why teams were fighting and how they could justify those splits, which is insane. That we've already seen them do it time and time again here on Sanhok in that similar manner. Crazy stuff. 26 points goes for them. My question, Max, is who did more? Was it Destiny's damage or was it ScrimFarm's healing?
Well, I think we'll have to check out the stats. I would say ScrimFarm healing, because you saw it in the past, it's pretty big numbers from time to time, and they stayed in that blue. I think that 95% of time in the blue is actually the proper stat for ScrimFarm. Would be cool if we could actually track that down at some point. But I do want to say big heads up to GSG especially, because I think this is a point I've hammered home so many times, in the sense that this team is good at getting good positions, but they're not aggressive enough. Here, they were in a position where by default you have to play aggressive. They were playing the bridge right up north of Painan, and they cleared most of the teams trying to enter from the east, especially RESQ. That's the team I'm thinking of. And then the moment that they knew that they cleared all of the northeast, they went straight into the compound. There was a winning condition for them. Sure, they didn't take the win, but second position on the left. I think this is GSG slowly but surely getting to the point where they're feeling a lot more confident in their gunplay. And I think that when you want to play a bridge position and you are gatekeeping, you have to be aggressive. So that's the GSG I want to see.
Yeah, if you can deal with the backfill from GSG on that bridge, it's fantastic. Sorry, Jason.
No, I was just saying, don't worry. I can sense Andelito messaging me right now saying, make sure Max doesn't, vote for us to win a game.
Too late.
They want to
I did it.
to perform. RESQ, I said they had a chicken dinner. In my dream, It didn't say in match 1. It's going to happen at some point in the day. They get themselves 5 kill points. See Lakonostra there. We see Panda, who actually only had 2 points, but they were only playing with 3 players. So he didn't have GK first there for the team, but I typically think he doesn't play the early matches anyways. Qatar Force is another team that needs to desperately qualify here into our 3rd and final Super Weekend. The only one they would have qualified for, we getting themselves 2 points. But GODSENT here, I want to quickly talk about. We saw some rotations out of them, gentlemen, and I kind of wanted to replicate what we discussed before, whether or not it is true or was intentional out of them. They seem to rotate in a path that ScrimFarm like to take into the blue zone.
They've done it a few times already, and I do think that it is a viable strat in competitive, even though I know people in the chat might not like it, might not enjoy it, might not be the biggest fan of it. It is a strat that works, you know, from time to time. We remember back into the EMEA League when Na'Vi was actually focusing down the side of Kanina Power to try and make sure they did not make it into the next stage of the tournament, into the PMGC. Unfortunately for them, there was a rule change that added an extra team. Otherwise, that would have actually worked. So I think a GODSENT is good, but they're not being overzealous. They're not actually hunting and staying a long period of time in the blue. If they see an opportunity, they'll take it. If there's nothing, they go straight into the circle. I like it.
I'm going to say, I don't care about your allegiance as a fan to whichever teams you pick. I don't care about your gentlemanly handshakes between teams here when it comes to, you know, oh, let's not touch each other 20 minutes until we fight. You know, I don't care about that crap. All I care about is...
If you talk like that.
that's how they all sound. All I care about is trying to win the tournament. And if I'm a GODSENT trying to win the tournament, I want to eliminate as many threats as possible, potentially going into the final. And like it or not, whether ScrimFarm performed last week, if this team is on the same page, they are a threat. So if people can maybe put a stumbling block in their way, I would do it as a leader of a team, for sure.
Well, Clarus, I swear you were going to say in my head, no rush 20, please.
I almost did.
But we can take a look at our top players. Yeah, Andalito coming through, and that's the face he makes when he hears Maxmen supporting his team. He's like, ugh, we're going to lose. But great to see, again, him make his appearance here on the front page. Also, yeah, Beast, Noshi, we've seen these players up here a couple times. But Dexter, there were 6 kills in total for Nexus, and I just wanted to point this out in particular. He had 2 of them, but one thing we criticized Nexus, especially when it came to the one-drop colors, was that Dexter was the one who could perform and get the kills. So it's great to see across the other members of the team, they got 4 kills themselves. So maybe we're seeing Nexus step up a bit as well.
Yeah, Dexter is the player that is going to unlock the potential of Nexus if it occurs right now. And we see that in a lot of their games as he's able to put up the numbers. But look at that conversion rate for a Destiny. It was it feels like it was a very chill game for them almost in regards to this. Very quick to the point and able to round things out fast.
We were questioning for the longest time, like, that's a big spread. Mozaro was onto the left side, Noshi was center, and then Beast was actually onto the more eastern side. And I thought, this is super risky. But also, when you think about it and how the map and how these teams like to drop, they cleared 2 teams on the southern side. One of that being Lost Bullet, and one of those actually being Lakonostra, and they went right into Painan because they were not interested in taking that fight at the time. So they know that there's no one that drops in Summon. There's no one that's going to try and do one of those weird wraparounds, unless you're maybe, you know, the likes of ScrimFarm, then maybe that could happen. But they knew they had full control of the south, and I think that spread, that big split that they were playing in the final moments was somewhat made okay because they were so aggressive very early on. And as you mentioned, that conversion rate was insane, and they did not even go in the building that was down south in the circle. They wanted to make sure all the teams were waiting outside in the blue, and I think that requires a lot of confidence that when Destiny has been able to remain so consistent throughout this entire tournament, I think that confidence just goes with the package.
Yeah, those spreads, those kills that they got in the south are very important, obviously, but there's actually there's more to it as well, right? If you're Destiny and you've gathered information that 2 teams might be fighting to the east side of you, if you know that they're fighting, they're very likely on Sanhok, if they stick around in the blue for quite a while in the late stages, to not only fight each other and kill each other off, but then even if one survives, they're either going to be coming in wounded or killed off by the blue anyway. So those splits are facilitated extra by the fact that they know other fights are going on elsewhere, even if they're kind of close to them, but still they have a lot of room to work with in that regard.
Well, you're mentioning the blue, and one team is very accustomed to playing within the blue, as we've seen with ScrimFarm. Now, in the past, we kind of make guesstimations on how much healing they've done. I think there was like a 1,500, and there was like 1,000 out of like Clarus and Max here. I'm curious, what's your guys' thoughts? How much healing do you think they did this time?
How much, Max?
A lot. Can we just do like with Buddy Godzilla, just like a lot?
Well, I'm gonna guess 3,038.
You know what? I'm going to price this right. You can go 3,039. Let's take a look here at the stats from ScrimFarm and see how much healing they did here. And of course, how much they played in the blue zone as well. Hey! Oh, what a surprise! Jason Kaplan coming in.
I've been tricked. I've been befuddled. What is going on?
I like how you tried to play it off. Like, yeah, you know, 3,038. Yeah, anyways, we knew the number ahead of time, guys. That's how I got it right. That's the only time I get it right. But again, you know, we interviewed Tatati before, and he talked about how they're going to be having someone play more of an Overwatch position. He also did mention they're going to be playing 3 players today, but they did have 4 in this first match. So maybe like someone came in last second, but we did see Tatati sitting in the blue zone way more than the rest of his team, where they were playing in the actual zone at some points. Again, I guess to give the Overwatch, which makes you think of that Panda Lakonostra push on Sanhok from last week in the Super Weekend, where I think it was Lin sitting on top of the building while his team pushed, and he sat in the blue to give him that information.
Yeah, I think it was a really good play coming up from them, and especially we do say that normally if you want that kind of play style to work out for Lakonostra in the first place, you need a circle that enables that to work. And you mentioned it, James, that this circle around the side of Ruins was actually really pivotal for that kind of play style to work for them. And as you said, you know, having Tatati in the blue, gathering information made it even easier to just get a little bit close every single time and win that fight versus Panda.
You gotta remember, yeah, as you say, like Panda had actually one of the best positions in the circle for a long time. You might have been GK first there, but they had the opportunity, one of the best opportunities to find themselves good land when the circle shifts. So for ScrimFarm to just turn up and just, quite honestly, bash them, yeah, this is a good omen for ScrimFarm to start things off for this 2 days.
Yeah, and also a good omen for Destiny, too, considering they take themselves the chicken dinner. They played phenomenal. They were first place every single time when it came to league play, and we're going to take a look at their stats of league play compared to Super Weekend. Now, I know they placed 3rd at the end of the very first Super Weekend, but they didn't seem to fare too well when it came to Super Weekend 2, and for some reason, league play for them, I mean, you look at the kills, I mean, it definitely has to come through in the kills when we saw them have 11.25 at the end of the first day of league play 2. But I don't know what it is about this team. Like, the confidence just seems to disappear once they go into Super Weekends.
There's like a smaller, weaker version of what Footballists were doing in PMGC, you know? They're just not performing as well at the same extent during their Super Weekend, but it's still enough. And I think that also they might not be trialing that much because all you have to be is top 16, right? And they're still getting some pretty big wins from time to time, so I think they are still very relaxed. I think they got a very chill and laid-back mindset coming into this. But I think it's good that they're putting a lot of effort into actually qualifying into the Super Weekends. So I think that's a good sign of a team. But I think that we are going to be seeing the league play side of Destiny in the finals. At least that's what I'm expecting to see, because I think that, no, they take the foot off the pedal a little bit when they reach the Super Weekend, it seems.
Also great to see, if you remember back to top players, Noshi be there. Like for someone who kind of subs in, who doesn't play every single match, I think he maybe, I actually didn't check if he was playing that last match. Maybe he's over towards work at the moment. But to, again, have like that depth of pool within your team, of your roster, that anyone can play and you can still put on these good performances, I think for Destiny makes them such an all-around good team.
Yeah, the sub-ins are important, and I mean, we've seen that kind of come to fruition with Black Sparks, right? In the way that they have utilized their subs, in the way that they have shuffled their roster around a little bit. I still, you know, hold true that some of the guys that are not playing right now for them are still powerful players. But having subs in this game has been important and has yielded results. And if you're a team like Destiny and you have that full-bodied, rounded roster that is available to you, then why on earth not switch people in?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the schedule. As we switch out Sanhok and we switch things on over to Erangel, we do have Group D sitting out at this time. But of course, it's just Erangel and Sanhok throughout today and tomorrow before we go back into our normal schedule of matches in our Super Weekend. So we get to see some teams come out. And, well, obviously, if you're in Group D and you just had a great game, it's going to be a little bit frustrating to have to sit out a game. But you know what? That's what's going to happen. You get this time to sit back, relax, maybe get yourself some breakfast. That's what I'm going to be doing. But we can see here the teams that will be playing here in our next game. And gentlemen, I don't know, I'm really interested to see if we do have any focus, as you're saying before, Claris, like GODSENT potentially focusing on ScrimFarm to keep them out. Again, it's a very viable strategy, but I want to see it a little bit more potentially. I want to see teams really push it, push that aspect of the game a little bit more to give yourself a better chance.
Throughout the day, this might be one of the strongest lobbies. Why do I say that? Group D currently that is not playing currently consists of Lost Bullet, Qatar Forces, ScrimFarm, which are doing a little bit better after that game, and RESQ. All of those teams are in that kind of danger zone, and they're not playing this game. Whereas groups A, B, C, E, pretty damn powerful, a lot of them already far up towards the top. So this could be one of the strongest lobbies of the day. Can't wait to see it unfold.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going to bring our commentators in now so we can get the second match of the day underway. And I'm going to test our production here while we do send you away. I wonder, instead of having QLASH next to me when I talk about OnePlus, is it possible to have John there? So, you know, I'm going to try it anyways, just to see if it can happen, and John can give me his best sexy eyes, as we see with QLASH every single time, whenever they do come in. So a big shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus, because the OnePlus 9 series has a next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 88 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. Okay, well, we didn't quite get John all zoomed in perfectly on that one, but you know what, gentlemen? Take us into our second match of the day.
Thank you very much. You heard it from Smokey Eyes himself. It's going to be the best game of the day, blank. Match number 2, the strongest lobby potentially so far that we're going to see in the games today. A, B, C, and E. Contravening the standard alphabet formula, we are going to be heading into game number 2.
Oh, we do like a rebel on the broadcast, don't we, Sean? That is exactly what we love to see there, honestly. On the other hand, I'm looking up some stats right now because I want to see exactly how these teams are doing during this Super Weekend. I want to know where people are sat after that first game. But as we head in, we are getting a very, very middling playing path here, right through the center, through to school. So, Pachinki open, Esnaya open. I wonder where Destiny's going to head up. Sometime we see them head up towards Severny. Maybe Mickey's going to head up towards Kameshki again. I'm not sure.
No one is. It's very difficult to be sure of anything, and certainly one of the strongest lobbies in Europe. Panda right now dropping over towards RESQ. Destiny split dropping right now. You can see Mihi all the way out to the east side. Looks like he's dropping on a vehicle just to the north of Yasnaya, and we'll probably regroup, I imagine, with the rest of... Maybe. I mean, they should have spotted GSG going out there a little bit early. Andalito still on a parachute, so that should be fairly visible. You can see Miki now in a vehicle moving out towards Severny. A very, very central circle blank, so not really too much hurry up put on anyone. This is a pretty bog standard start, I would say, and it's nice to sort of get everything laid out, everything ready and raring to go.
I would say the exact same, John. I mean, bog standard is where I sit with this circle 100%. I don't think anyone is going to be forced to do anything out of the norm, anything too crazy. It's all going to be pretty much okay. UDR Killers towards Pachinki way, though, at the moment. Unicorns of Love. We've got a few tendrils heading out towards that area. Savage X just looking onwards. And you got Nexus beneath UDR Killers at the moment. But UDR Killers, definitely a team that I expect to do well here. I want them to do well. I think they can continue to make this run into that Super Weekend number 2. The second one they will have qualified for. Hopefully make it towards those finals. They put up a whole bunch of points during that first Super Weekend, which is a massive vote of confidence coming your own way, right? And it can certainly change the tides of how you're playing in any given game.
Blackbox at the moment, they're in South George in crates. Out to their west, they've got RESQ. On their east side, they've got Polar Ace, who could prove to make things tricky in the future. If Polar Ace, we know they like to hold Cube over in the compounds on the north side of that river. We know that they like to guard around that area. So when Blackbox need to move, it might be cut off just a little bit. Unicorns of Love in the fields to their south as well, and things are starting to look tricky for Blackbox at the moment. They might try and flee north.
I think going towards the north side might be a good idea. You could also fling yourself over the top of Everest. Not off the top of Everest, over the top of Everest, John. Come on. Come on. You know I didn't say that. I'm arguing myself at this point. But anyway, going over the top of Everest would be, arguably, probably one of the better ideas, specifically because you get to get a little bit of scouting in as well. As you head down, look down towards Polar Ace's position. Polar Ace obviously being the spiky cactus this today, because they're just striking out towards anyone that gets too close, which is somewhat interesting. Not something I expected from Polar Ace, but I think they definitely want to cement themselves in that second Super Weekend, make sure they don't drop down too far.
Although they have pulled back from their positions on the northern shore, which means that Blackbox might have an easier time of things, grouping up towards that sort of sunken city and over towards that really nasty central island in the river blank that nobody likes to play around in those final circles. But we're a long way away from that at the moment. Only 4 minutes into the game, and everyone just getting that loot on board, trying to fill out their backpacks and get the lobby underway.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early on, John. It's early days, early doors, second day of the third league play, I should say. I mean, we are far into this tournament now, though. I think a lot of people should know kind of where people are playing, which is why for Erangel at least, I don't expect any early deaths. I think people should be able to steer clear of most of the other teams, you know, play for that end game. And I think that where you will start to see deaths is where people are inadvertently crunched together just because of where the circle moves. Right now, though, with this kind of circle, you said it right at the beginning, very standard, very kind. It doesn't really cause anyone to have to move too far and out of their comfort zone. So I think most teams should be okay for the first at least 10 minutes, I would say.
I was about to have a go at Gaijin Seraphim there for all rotating in the same vehicle. But they were just scouting out other vehicles. So that's an acceptable situation to all be in the same vehicle, because I was about to start crying. Unfortunately, I'll be able to hold back the tears for now.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Panda still with the 3 players, though. Interesting. Hoping to re-qualify with just 3 is a little bit, quite a lot of confidence. We'll put it that way.
They've got the Rock Lee weights on, right? Like that's the.
I know, right? Right now they got the Rock Lee weights on. You got the Gara lobby. But honestly, I think with this circle, you're looking like you're fighting Sakura at the moment, so it should be okay. A little bit of Sakura flame there. You know, you love to see it.
This anime reference is getting far too deep for me. I've never watched it. Can I bail out? Can I? Is that?
No, you can't make. You can't make a Rock Lee reference and then go further into the reference.
I've got to. You guys can. I'm out of my depth.
I just steal your references. Is that what you do, John? You just steal our references? The anime gang.
Like I've got things to do. You guys can.
Disgraceful.
All right.
I'm disappointed in you. We're clashing like Clash right now on the top of the hill, who are currently pretty central at the moment, so they're having a good time. Panda are off towards their northwest, so they are just keeping it chilled out in school. Trying to claim one of the more larger zones with the 3 players they have on board, which is fairly interesting. Gaijin Seraphim, also you can see them down the hill on their X-ray, just peeked them for a second. Clash, you know, just divvying out the loot a little bit. Got that little traders market going on right at the top of the hill. Like, look, we'll get to this position, then we'll give you your 5.56, okay? But no sooner.
I did say I was going, but I thought I'd leave you hanging for just a little bit too long there. Unicorns of Love, they are going to be moving across the fields out to the west of Pachinki, down south of Ruins as well, just behind Black's Box, who were able to leave South George Crates relatively fine, given the fact that Polar Ace actually moved pretty significantly now away from their original position. UDR Killers on the north side of Pachinki have maybe a little bit more to deal with than they used to.
Yeah, I think so, and I think this is probably going to be one of those situations where it either maketh the team or it breaketh the team here, because for UDR Killers, I think they've been playing extremely well, but this is probably, like you say, a great test of strength for their side. It will be a feat if they can actually get out of this situation while they are being surrounded by pretty much 3 teams at the moment. Unicorns of Love to their south, and then you got Black Sparks and Polar Ace off to the northern side, so depending on how UDR Killers decide to approach this, I think there are a couple of ways you can do it. For instance, Pachinki right now, it's quite a large area, a lot of buildings you can play around. I think you can either decide to take a small control of Pachinki or a large control of Pachinki, and then regroup. I think a small control means that you're less likely to be overrun very quickly by teams who just crash into Pachinki, but you know that larger control does give you much more scouting benefit and much earlier as well. So I would be curious to see what UDR Killers do here.
Gaijin Seraphim spotted out across the way by GSG, a couple of shots found, but no damage. Just information gathered and actually given back over to Gaijin Seraphim. They'll be able to locate those shots. But they should be in the know that there's teams all around them, basically. I mean, you could see there on the minimap clashed, even taking shots their way. They just need to be fighting out, spiking out, being that cactus in the middle. Because right now they are in a little bit of a dip here.
That's a little bit of a dip. They want to make sure they can leave when this next circle comes through. And I'm interested to see where this next circle does go, because it could either be a big hard shift, right, which we are used to seeing, or it could just be very central. Destiny currently holding down Rozhok. This is an area that Panda typically holds, but with Panda only having 3 players, they no longer have that strength to hold on to the entirety of Rozhok, so Destiny happily picks that one up. Again, though, this next circle, very chilled out, actually. Very, very chilled out indeed. Just heads down towards Clash area, down towards Unicorns of Love. So this is another standard circle. So a lot of these teams, this is a lot of down to, you know, as opposed to quickly, haphazardly rotating, rather just how smartly can you get into this circle?
This is absolutely a cerebral circle, Blank, right? Like you say, it's about how intelligent can you be with this ground, because it's not a case of do we need to be in a position to go either north or south, or do we need to, you know, go over the river or not. It's pretty certain that we're going to be playing around Pochinki Fields for these final circles. So it is a question of what tactical approach do you take to that?
Exactly. I think that 100% hit the nail on the head there. It's one of those cases where you don't have to think too much about what kind of situation could occur, but rather how can we put ourselves in the best situation going forward. I think for a lot of these teams there is some extremely strong and potent compounds in this area that you can play around, and I think the land grab is going to be one of the major things that comes through here, and how quickly people can take up them. And then on top of that, the next question is, who wants to crash into some of these major compounds after they've already been taken to try and get a better control over the circle? Because you know that teams won't be giving up these compounds very easily. And if they're not already taken 3 minutes ago, they're taken now.
2 teams on the edge right now, probably 3 if you count Destiny over in RESQ. Team UMBRA out on the southwestern side, not yet in the circle. Eastern Stars just about to breach the circle on the eastern side, and really not too much else other than the smattering of teams that just clusters up in the center here. Lakonostra MVP maybe looking to face off the Eastern Stars on the eastern edge here, with GAMELORD a little bit further north. Eastern Stars moving up to that ridgeline. Lakonostra MVP will know what is happening. Athis straight up to the wall. Will taken half HP, but Athis given out as well. Healing starts to come through and damage starts to tick, but not too much more. No knocks found just yet.
Not as of yet. Lakonostra MVP Will is just holding in the window. I think Athis would have preferred that nade to go through. Now Kapahala's dropped up. Takes damage from his own teammate, I believe.
Ideal.
Will is just dropping some nades down the stairs, trying to prevent this push as soon as possible. With the rest of Lakonostra MVP not quite in this position as of yet, you know, Eastern Stars currently have the advantage. This is what I'm talking about as well, John, is that, you know, Eastern Stars didn't have the best position, but now they know this compound will have been taken. With that circle being so kind, now they decide, we want to crash this, we want to take this ground. And I don't think Lakonostra MVP were ready.
I've no idea how Kapahala got away with that nade. Given where Bazzi is sat, there's no way that he should have been able to swing out that wide and be taking that... sorry, not Bazzi. There was a player on the off angle for Lakonostra MVP. But Will goes down. They ditched their teammate, essentially. They were all there. They could have regrouped very, very quickly, but they didn't. They didn't come back into the fight. Luckily, they're able to get a knock over onto Octavian, however, is behind cover. And Bazzi has oversight over the whole field, which means that they can't push in. Danny moving up in the US to the ridgeline that Eastern Stars mounted up from. They are starting to close the net. The circle shifts and it's all the way over towards Pochinki yet again. So they are going to have to move away from this fight.
Yeah, this fight is now compromised because it's no longer affording you any good position. If I'm Lakonostra MVP, if I'm Danny, I'm just like, let's get out of here. Let's leave this. It's going to take a while for Eastern Stars to regroup and remount up. But for Danny, he can still leave this. I don't think it's ideal for him to stick around any longer. He is behind the hillside, so there is a ability for him to get out of this one. But it's confusing me staying in this fight, because what can you hope to get done? It's currently still, I believe, a 2v4, or is it more than that?
3v4.
3v4. Right, we've got a 3v4 still available. But I don't know how... I don't know. Just get into the circle at this point, right?
I feel like they're trying to save Alicio in this situation, and it's just not going to work out for them. Kapahala knows where Daddy is as well, on the hillside.
Alicio's done.
Yeah, he's pretty much out at this stage. If he can get a kill or 2, fantastic. But you're right, I think Lakonostra MVP just need to disengage with their 2 remaining players, Danny and Daddy. They just need to send away. The circle, though, very, very central. Yet again, Blank, and it's great to see this sort of circle develop in a game that, as Kalaris put it at the start, could be one of the strongest lobbies we're going to see this tournament.
Yeah, we are going to see the most fair result. Alicio on the stairs, look, it was over for him. What you need to do as Lakonostra MVP is get out and then hope that Alicio can, at the very least, backstab some of these players as they are leaving, and you get a little bit of work done. Now Lakonostra MVP is leaving at this point, and Eastern Stars have all eyes over towards these two players. Danny's already had a couple of wheels taken out from the US, and now things are going to absolute bother for this team. I just don't really understand the thought process behind this play.
Look at this, Eastern Stars are actually swinging out ahead of them, trying to cut them off at the pass. So Lakonostra MVP with a real tricky spot. They might have wanted to take a little bit of a faster approach. UDR Killers now guarding out Pachinki. The south side, they have Destiny to worry about, somehow making their way down from Rossok and all the way from Severny earlier in the game to be on the south side of Pachinki. Nicely found in their spot and pretty decent in terms of escaping towards the fields that they need to. They're in those sewers, those storm drains. Those do funnel nades your way though, so you have to be careful.
You do have to be very careful. Smokes are going to be really important towards the latter half of the game here in Chopsticks. Right now, though, we are kind of curious of where this one's going to end up. Gaijin Seraphim holding down on Potato Hill. A lot of information spread their way. Black Sparks over towards the northwest, just to the south of school. Now, Lakonostra MVP trying to get into the circle, but they're being held out by GAMELORD. But it's Destiny going head-to-head versus UDR Killers.
Doing pretty well right now, Blank. They found 2 knocks. Debbie did go down. I think that was, yeah, look at that in the kill feed. Polar Ace actually spotted that. That's all the way out over the other side of Pachinki Fields. So not even just Destiny taking shots here. But Destiny might be aware that they need to keep their heads down. They hear those shots rain out from the hillside. Ulysses dropping smokes, trying to get to Nano in the storm drain. Wants to pick his teammate up. With a shift out to Potato Hill, though, they're going to have to leave. Destiny look to skirt around things. Mihi looks for the angle. They know that the rest is coming through. A lovely lane over the top finds Nano, and now Ulysses is trapped in that drain as well. Needs to try and hunker down, needs to try and get out as well. Destiny might try and put this down because they do not want UDR Killers at their back.
Rough spot for a lot of these teams who are on the western edge because they're going to have to pass through the fields, and Polar Ace have such a good position to hold this one down. M249 ringing out. It rings out in pain because it's going to be doing a lot of damage to these players who are in the smokes. Ulysses more than likely to go down now. Beast able to slip through the smoke into the window. Noshi, though, takes a nasty nade from Pocus. Ulysses somehow gets in the house, but that grenade should put him down. Oh, it's a smoke.
He dropped a smoke, yeah, from Beast, and that might bait the resin into the smoke with the barrel. Oh no, he's gone past them. What? Is he outside? I don't know if he just bumped into them just then.
I think he did. You know, he kind of needs the jumper approach from SEA where you just run into a building, just blind firing. I'd much prefer that. Oh, Mickey goes down now. This is not good.
Is it? No, it's still the UDR Killers coming in. Polar Ace are just thanking their lucky stars that these two teams are going at loggerheads. Really the only teams that could challenge them from the west, and if they diminish their own forces, this is great news for Polar Ace.
I think at Polar Ace, they're just waiting for this fight to end, to be honest with you, because you have to cross the fields to Polar Ace with a compound on that side, which is very strong. There's no way you're getting across those fields to Polar Ace. The only way that both these teams have available to them now is down towards either the north side or down towards the south. In this circle, you would advise going towards the north because there isn't many players there, but they probably don't know that in this situation. The scouting just hasn't been there, being held up in chopsticks. Obviously, your sight lines are very limited down there, so it looks like they are going to head down towards the south, sending pokers up to the north, though, so 2 teams either way.
UDR Killers disengage, going across. Oh, this is what Polar Ace has been waiting for, Blank.
Yeah.
This is what they wanted. UDR Killers start to drive across the open. 2 players in the car.
They get through.
They aren't crashing, and they're going to the north side. Meanwhile, in the center of the circle, this is on the western edge of Potato Hill, Blank. This is Black Sparks trying to move up the hillside. And they got Panda to worry about as well. Gaijin Seraphim up the top. GSG eliminated. That's on the south side of the circle. RESQ, the ones to do so. But tuning back in with this fight, nades starting to fly. Molotovs guarding this hillside. Black Sparks going to move on through. All 4 players standing for both of these squads right now. But UDR Killers potentially waiting in the wings here, Blank.
I mean, UDR Killers, Sebi went down to Polar Ace, but in my opinion, way too late from Polar Ace. I think there were tunnel vision in on that fight between UMBRA as well as GODSENT, when really all they had to do was look out one of the back windows. Caster finally did it and just spray down the vehicle that was sending all of the players through the fields there. They could have got a 3K so easily onto UDR Killers. Instead, they let 2 players slip into the circle.
Unfortunate situation, but GODSENT guarding out on the south side. It's RESQ struggling to get in right now, Blank. Jason prophesized their victory in the first, and it didn't come to pass there. I was hoping that maybe it was just a little bit early on the prediction, but seems like they're going to continue to struggle. Circle centers up on the hillside, which means they're not going to have an open field finish, Blank, and I'm thanking Lucky Stars for that. I do like a hillside finish, mate.
Oh yeah, it's quite nice to say the least. I mean, what we do have for Gaijin Seraphim is, I believe that's the bunkers on that side, so it could be an interesting finish for us going forward. Black Sparks, though, they are in close vicinity of Gaijin Seraphim. Would love to take this team down and just remount on that position. It would be beautiful for them. Eastern Stars, they're still making it in from the eastern side, which is very, very reminiscent of their name and classic from the Eastern Stars themselves. GODSENT, though, like you said, they're in a tough spot. It's very open ground ahead of them. They kind of have to just jump in the vehicles and hope for the best at this point and try and get further into the circle. Taking the position away from Nexus wouldn't be too difficult. Sorry to say, considering their current performance, I do believe that GODSENT would win that fight 9 times out of 10.
He's somehow managed to sneak all the way through Nexus's position, but they're caught in the crossfire on the south side. Going 1-for-1 right now as Vito falls, but the knock onto Rana as well. From the south side, they'll get the flush onto Rana, and GODSENT can look to try and stand up. 2 players for them are down, but they're all alive for now. They've managed to leapfrog Nexus in their position as well, as another player from Nexus is going to fall. You can see that further south, and just BAM now stands, I believe, for Nexus, as 2 of them are alive. GODSENT looking to regroup, but QLASH are there to try and make that hard. Unicorn to Love moving in on the side as well. Bot ticking away, BAM going low. GODSENT taking damage from across the way. I think that's RESQ to come on in and deal a blow to GODSENT, taking one of their players down. So only one player standing for them. It's AZ to try and get the teammates back up. Drops the smoke, watches it bloom. Needs to get those teammates regrouped.
Yeah, just like a flower, though. You need to get these teams back on board because it's not looking pretty like the tulips at the moment for this team from GODSENT. QLASH, though, towards their right-hand side. Unicorns of Love, but look at this. It's an interesting circle with that northeast being absolutely clustered. Panda finally out. I mean, they were trying to hold on as long as possible. Again, with a 3, the mental, probably not there either. Naruto from UMBRA finally goes down. I believe that will be UMBRA now eliminated in 11th place, so not too many points going their way. Eastern Stars, they've had a harsh run of it. Finally starting to lose players.
Polar Ace are just sitting pretty. No one's near them right now. They're just chilling out. Eastern Stars, though, not so lucky. Kapahala last standing. GameLord up the hill. Runs for the smoke. Hits the deck. Was spotted out and will go down. Black Sparks there, ready and waiting to take up the mantle further down the hill. They need to move forwards as the shift goes to Polar Ace. Yet again, the UDR Killers taken down finally after their exit from Pachinki, which was more lucky than most would like to admit, but they were able to make it a little bit further. 7 teams now remaining. On the south side, Unicorns of Love, GODSENT and QLASH. On the north side, you've got Gaijin Seraphim, you've got Black Sparks and GameLord.
Not really anyone in this lobby at the moment who is too out in the cold. I think Gaijin Seraphim is the only team that I'm looking at here to really want to get a lot of points on board to make sure they make it into the next Super Weekend. Try and pump those points a little bit more, but everyone else, GameLord, GODSENT, Unicorns of Love, QLASH, Polar Ace. Polar Ace possibly is a team that I think would love to see a win here after a good start to the day. Obviously ending last game with 13 points. If they can end with another good game here, they'll be set and ready for the rest of the league play to quite comfortably cruise into that Super Weekend.
A lot of knocks starting to come through here, Blank. It's anything but easy cruising right now for these teams in this game. Here on Erangel. QLASH move on up to Unicorns of Love position. Find one on the swivel, but not fast enough. Does get taken down. QLASH able to stop that rush coming on through. Unicorns of Love, sorry. Aza has fallen, but in come GameLord. They want to make this a 3-party fight, and they're going to learn how mistaken they might be in thinking that's a good idea. MZ able to spray down too. Lenu looking for the shots around the side of the Darcia nade over the top, trying to suppress right now. Blue Zone envelops the fight. There's a timer here, Blank, and MZ low on HP. Needs to swing out wide. Wants the challenge, but can't quite make it happen. GameLord, with 1 player remaining, make it all the way to 6th before he finally falls.
Unicorns of Love now trying to head towards the edge of the circle here. Polar Ace have had such a fantastic time. They just picked up one of the best compounds outside of Chopsticks to hold down the far towards the Fields way. And they were to clear out the entirety of the western side. And now all they have to do is just chill out here, basically, take shots towards the other teams. There's no way anyone crashes this one, especially with the fight that occurred towards the southeast as well as the northeast. all these teams are battered and bruised coming into this fight, whereas Polar Ace, they've just splashed the water on the face. They've come out from the sauna. They're happy. They're ready. They're raring to go, and they're pulling off the gown, and they're ready to get in the ring.
They've got the roof position as well for holes with the sniper. Could be brutal, could be deadly. Anyone pops their head up over a ridgeline, they're going to know about it. Look at this, Fresh stalking the prey. Pops up and strikes. GODSENT eliminated. 3 teams remain now. Fresh with 3 players from the rest of the Unicorns of Love. And now finally the chaos has subsided just a little bit. And we have some time. We have a little bit of respite.
He's got a crossbow. I can't believe it. I hope, look, if he gets to kill the crossbow, cool. I'd love to see that. That would make the entire tournament for me.
That is
next circle, yeah, it's cruel. It really is cruel. It's left a lot of these teams out in the cold. Well, Polar Race, they're used to that. Black Sparks, Unicorns of Love, they're really fighting for second place here. I hate to say it, but they are.
It's so difficult to get down this hillside. Polar Race, if they'd had to leave this compound at any point, Polar Race probably would have been taken down. So this shift, absolutely a gift to them right now. They've just got to hold it down. 2 teams up the top of the hill, and if you poke your head out a window that you don't mean to, you will go down. So Polar Race do have to be a little bit careful, but you're right, they are playing to win right now.
Yeah, give them the crossbow, come on. Hit them with the arrow. That's all I want to see. See, this is the one thing I am curious about for Polar Races, because they've spent so much time in this compound. What kind of weapons do they have? I'm seeing Bardell already using the PP Bison, right? So, and he's got a 4X on it. I don't think that's ideal.
It really isn't.
That's also not ideal, with the player getting killed by his own teammate. Fresh now trying to move in. Bill End enveloped by the blue itself, and it is not a warm caress at all. It is quite awful. Aegon does take down Sanhok.
Oh, trying to break
One player remaining. Yeah, it's Bill End. I think Unicorns of Love are taking second place. It will be a miracle if they can crash onto this compound, though.
Depends on meds, really, for Bill End. How many first aids does he have? Can they outlast the Unicorns of Love inside the circle? Aegon behind the tree and allows Fresh to go down, but unfortunately, they are going to fall. Unicorns of Love make it to second, and Polar Ace successfully hold out the encroaching forces from the eastern side. They'll get that final kill, or it will tick down to the blue. The Unicorns of Love eliminated, and Polar Ace able to take that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's a lovely compound. It's a nice compound. You kick your feet up, the fire's on, the TV's on, you got your favourite shows blaring in the background. You're just occasionally taking a peek out the window. I think for Caster, his favourite show was on for a little bit too long, though. Not really respecting his own duties to be looking out the back window towards the field. And I think that game could have been even easier for Polar Ace, which is the funny thing, right? It could have been even easier. But Polar Ace, nice hold on that compound. I don't think they let anyone get too close to them, and a lot of other teams are struggling to figure out where they need to go next and why they need to go there. And in the end, there was a couple of mean shifts towards the end.
Yeah, it was 2 or 3, I think, hard Western shifts right onto their compound. So, I mean, great to hold it down, and great point scoring games from Black Sparks, from Unicorns of Love, and a lot of the other teams in those final circles as well. Gaijin Seraphim getting a much needed result there to try and see them safely into the Super Weekend to continue to earn some points for themselves. Unfortunately, it's teams like UMBRA who went down early, Blank, and they really do need to get into that Super Weekend, because at the moment they're at risk.
Yeah, they are 100% at risk there. I think that for Gaijin Seraphim, they need to keep putting up some decent performances. And I think that for Polar Ace, where Polar Ace is right now is where you want to be typically if you are a team that is on the cusp towards the edge of that bubble, right? In 16th place, is that you want to be putting up those good performances at the beginning of the league play. No one wants to be in that situation where you are stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard at the last day of league play towards those final games.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's far from it, in fact. But, you know, best foot forward, still plenty of games to play. Each of these teams will have at least 6 games left. Some of them will have 7 left to play still as well. 8 games in total they'll have. So they've got plenty of time to put up those averages, Blank. That's what they're really looking for here. I think we've spoken about it before, but the bubble sits at around 46 plus or minus 2 in order to qualify for that Super Weekend. We've seen it be on the lower end for 2 weeks in a row, with Destiny sort of soaking up a lot of the points towards the top. But If they're not able to do that again this week, then maybe we'll see that smooth out just a little bit, or maybe I'll have to redo my predictions. You know, maybe I'll have to go back to the spreadsheets and
Possibly.
But 44 points over 8 games, that's going to sit you around. What is that? That's a 4.5 average. Sorry, no, 5.5 average scoring points. So if you're getting 7 points a game, you should be safe.
Yeah, 100%. I think that if you're able to get 44 points, 46 points per game, not per game, but at the end of the league play, you should be in a fantastic spot to be moving forward. I'd be really happy with that. But yeah, anyway, we're going to go back to the analyst test. They're going to break that down a little bit further. So we're going to go to a break, and we'll catch you guys very, very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, as we've now finished off our second match here, and Polar Race seem to be heating up today, which could be bad for them because then they might flood the world. I don't know, it's a little bit confusing. I'm trying to get in on those Polar jokes as well. But they take themselves a chicken dinner, and they do it with relative ease, we have to say here, Kalaris. I mean, you were talking with us in the green room, or whatever room we want to call it, and I think you were saying that they could have probably won that game potentially with 0 kills, actually.
Yes, Jason. Is this the tip of the iceberg? Has the tundra breezed on in? As no, I can't even be bothered. Ultimately, there was massive fighting on the east side. This was the freest win for Polar Ace. We saw even a crossbow in hand. If they didn't want to, they could have just kept shooting at the trees where Unicorns of Love was, stopping them from coming down, and you could just have a 0 kill win if you really wanted to. But they were in the best position. They executed it well and get themselves the victory off of it.
Yeah, and you even brought it up at some point while we were watching that game, James, is that no one decided to crash that compound, and that's mainly down to 2 factors. And the one you brought up saying that most of the team cancelled out each other back into Pachinki, so no one was going to directly crash the compound of Polar Race from the west. And also, the circle was forcing that compound very far over to the western side, so it was hard shift after hard shift to actually allow Polar Race to take that game. But that was a very normal game. It was like if you said your favorite flavor is vanilla, you know, it's very, very normal kind of thing.
Favorite flavors vanilla.
Yeah, it's like a normie flavor, and this was a normie kind of circle. You know, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where I went with
Normie?
that. I like vanilla.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. My favorite flavor is vanilla too. I don't know, man.
I like vanilla.
I think my favorite flavor is any ice cream.
Okay, all right.
So, Polar Ace 24 points, Unicorns of Love 20, Black Sparks again with 14 themselves, and GODSENT putting up 13. Gaijin Seraphim, I mean, if we're going to focus on the teams that need to re-qualify or qualify for the first time, I mean, looking at that list in top 8, they're the only team to make it there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie though, Gaijin, even though they get 7 points, 6 of those actually being in terms of positioning points, I was expecting a lot more kills to come their way. Reason why, they were the very first team to be centralized in Phase 1 going into Phase 2 Circle. They had full control and ownership of Potato Hill, and I thought because of that, you had so many teams trying to contest it. I think it was Panda, GameLord, Black Spark, Eastern Stars, UDR Killers. They were all joining in, and they were just not able to convert into kills in any way, shape, or form. Understandable, you know, it was a big hurdle in front of them. There was a lot of teams trying to contest it, 5 or 6. But I still thought that because they had priority in such a great position, which is Potato Hill, they could maybe pick up a few frags, a little bit more actually along the way.
All right, well, we'll take a look at our other 8 teams and what points they got for themselves. We see Panda here with 4 points. Again, a team playing with 3 players, so not really expecting them to win out matches, but not really worried to re-qualify anyways. RESQ with 3 points, UDR Killers, unfortunately, too. And if I'm not mistaken, UDR Killers were actually like just north of Polar Race, and when obviously they ended up finishing off. And I thought there was a chance that UDR Killers were going to be able to crash onto Polar Race and maybe take that compound away, but a little unfortunate it didn't happen.
Yeah, I went for the wraparound instead, thinking that, I mean, it is reasonable to assume that teams don't necessarily want to crash across the entirety of the fields east of Pochinki, because it can be a killing field. I mean, that's where, you know, we saw Polar Race picking up some of their kills. That's why Caster here, actually, he has 6 kills, even though I guess most of that was from, actually probably all of that was from the M4, because the other weapon he had was that crossbow. So good stuff overall to be able to convert on those. Whilst Aegon for Unicorns of Love, I mean, they won out what I would consider to be another huge battle on that east side. You had 4 teams north, 4 teams south. The south teams, QLASH, GODSENT, Unicorns, Nexus. So Unicorns of Love prevailing from a very chaotic situation down there is good too.
I think it's good. I think Unicorns of Love definitely won the hardest fight in that entire game for sure, and I think that allowed them to get priority and secure themselves a 2nd spot at the end. Azza, though, this is a name that we don't see too much on these top players from time to time. Typically, if you see a play from QLASH, it would tend to be MZ every once in a while, especially when he got a great double knock onto GameLord, but this time it was going to be Azza. Now, checking out our top damage, I mean, yeah, that's actually a lot more damage than I was expecting for Polar Race, and as you rightly said here, James, that was a free win at the end, but they were taking shots and they were trying to be a little bit proactive, which I like to see coming out from Polar Race when they had such a dominant position.
Sure, I mean, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek me saying that they can win with zero kills, right? They just had a brilliant position, brilliant compound. I mean, the reality of the situation is that nobody was there to contest them, but they actually created some of that space themselves. In terms of when teams are rotating past them, they're spraying them down, like when UDR Killers was moving up to the north, for example, and trying to wrap around there, spraying them down, making sure, hey, flexing our muscles a little bit, just like Banks, you know, don't come here, I'm powerful, I'm strong. What do you think about that, Jason?
Yep. Anyways, moving on. Polar Ace. Yeah, true. Yep. This team, which has kind of been on the cusp a little bit. They're being chased down by UDR Killers when it comes to the Super Weekend. I've had a pretty decent performance today. We could take a look at their stats today across their performances in 30 matches in the Super Weekends. And obviously, with it just being 2 matches, you know, the stats will be not necessarily as heavily defined. But if anything, if they can maintain a similar pace to this is Polar Ace stepping up and, more importantly, getting Polar Ace out of that rough spot of potentially being knocked out.
I mean, Polar Race, I would put them a little bit out of the danger zone. It seems like they are fine. I only put like teams like UDR Killers and the teams down below in the danger zone in the Super Weekend.
Gone and done it, Max. Gone and done it.
Oh no, I had done it. Oh no, but you know, typically, you know, without taking the curse into account or anything, I still think they're fine. But I think as that extra layer of protection, and I think that's why I agree the most is you want to make sure you actually qualify into this one. And Polar Race has been shown some great improvement over time. They've been learning, and especially their gunplay from game 1. They got like 13 points, I believe it was, on that Sanhok game, and then closing it off into a second game. And as you said, even though they had a great position, James, they were actually proactive in the sense they were trying to zone everyone away from that position, taking shots. Sure, it might not always result in a knock or a kill coming your way, but you're trying to create that space. And because of that, no one was going to even just think of trying to crash that compound.
Yeah, I mean, the circle, it gets more difficult if the circle shifts away from them up that hill, right? Like, that compound is great until it shifts away from it in a more easternly direction. And God only knows what happens at that point when all the firefighting has occurred between those 2 bodies of 4 teams north, 4 teams south. Unicorns of Love remains triumphant. And maybe the game could go differently, but it doesn't. Polar Ace here converts with it, and I gotta say, you know, you gotta take what you got, and I like that Polar Ace is able to win out from this position.
Well, you mentioned Agun, and I want to point out, you know, this is one of the first times I feel like we've seen him in our top players, considering we normally see like Fresh, Big for Mercy, Ked in there. So it's great to see him step up, and funny enough, because he stepped up, we're going to grace you guys with an interview that I got to do with this man. And we'll be back here with our I don't know why I'm gracing you guys with it, honestly. We'll be back with our 3rd match after this. So we're into our next interview, and this time we have Agun coming in from Unicorns of Love. Now, first I want to ask you right off the bat, what does it feel like playing in PMPL?
Pretty special feeling, I can say, competing against the best teams in the region. Looking forward to it.
Okay, well, let's kind of roll back the clock here. How did you start playing PUBG Mobile?
Well, first I was just playing with friends for fun, and time passing, I just took it more serious. I saw the competitive side of it, decided to make a team with friends and start competing.
Okay, well, speaking of friends, how did your friends and family react to you playing in events where you can win money?
Well, first they were surprised that a mobile game can be so big and have a lot of interest from a lot of people around the world. So I can say it was a surprise to everyone at the beginning, but I think now everyone is familiar and supports me in the journey.
Okay, well, you said you started off playing casually and now you're playing competitively. What's your goal with PUBG Mobile? Like, what heights do you want to reach?
My current goal is reaching a LAN tournament where I can get to meet every other team from around the world and my friends, of course, from my team.
And the talent as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, of course, the talent.
Yeah. Looking at your team headed into PMPL, what would you say are your guys' strengths and weaknesses?
I think we're a good team when it comes to team fights, when it comes to rotations. I think we're pretty decent. We have a lot of work to do still, but we feel pretty confident coming into the PMPL.
Great to talk with him. Obviously, that was recorded, I think, about like 3 weeks ago, so things might have changed since then. But obviously, Unicorns of Love are feeling very confident as they go into potentially their next Super Weekend, and then, of course, into the finals since they are such a dominating team on our front page. And also, heavy in kills. I'm actually curious, QLASH, with your extensive experience when it comes to PUBG Mobile, the balance between kills and placements. I feel like a team that typically, it's hard to kind of analyze this in my head, but a team that can get kills more often and less placement points for me always seems like a stronger team because it feels like ideally it should be easier to balance your placements up a little bit more. But on the other side of that coin, it's kind of weird to have higher placements and less kills because that means you're not really like fighting your way through. You're just kind of sneaking your way in towards these zones, which if you do get contested, I feel like maybe you don't have the ability to win out those fights. If you were to choose one team in that situation that would be stronger long term, who would you go for?
It depends on your stylistic play, of course. I like to favor the people that can frag out heavy because eventually down the line, if you are a heavy fragging team and you can convert those constantly and constantly win these fights, that will eventually naturally yield placement points down the line. It might not, happen in that first tournament you play, but as you continue on with that kind of style, you're gonna push up. You are gonna continue pushing up, and the other will come because of the other, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I can see Max taking some mental notes there. Okay, yes, get killers, work on kills.
Kill good.
Well,
Yes,
Story,
yes.
Max, you can go write these down because you two get to come out of here and take a quick little break. So we got to bring in our new commentators for our last 3 matches of the day. And well, QLASH already talked about him earlier on, being strong and buff. It's going to be Imperium, joined by Banks. Hey, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, man.
Love it, love it. It's very accurate, Imperium, strong big, strong face, strong work throughout the PUBG Mobile scene from start to finish. See, that's how you do it.
Thank you very much, my friend. Nice
Crazy.
transition, nice transition. I know, right? Last 3 games of the day, though, Banks. Last 3 games of the day. It's exciting. It's very, very exciting. Some teams have stood out, but what team are you really kind of looking for in this game 3, my friend?
In these games just going forward, and in these opening 2 days of league play, right, I've got all eyes on Destiny. I woke up this morning, I saw the Instagram stories from the guys basically being honest and saying they were not happy with what they put up there. They know they can do better, and we understand that as well, right? We know what this team can deliver, so I want to see how much that's going to come through. Obviously, they started off the day really strong. They're going to be very happy with the opening Sanhok game. They took a big win. It was, 26 points they got there with the chicken dinner, so happy days, a good start for sure. It's about what they can do across the rest of the games today. I'm just very eager to see a team that opens up and says about like their flaws and where they weren't happy, right? Because we always talk about teams coming back to the drawing board, looking at what they can do to make improvements.
Yeah.
This is a team that wants it badly, and oh my lord, why is it always us?
Oh boy. ScrimFarm are looking at this going, what do we do in this?
They get in a boat
situation?
and they go outside of the circle so they can go in the blue for a little bit and come back in. Big brain play.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That does sound like a good idea, but a very harsh phase on, because not only is it, you know, painfully up north, it does take away that landmass, right? It takes away the ability for teams to hold on to a stronger position, because there's more likely going to be more teams around them because of the land shrinkage. So how these teams do play is going to be ever so important. I would recommend the likes of GODSENT and RESQ to move on to the mainland as soon as possible. I know that's easier said than done, but I just think hanging around on that Northwest Island past phase 2 is too much of a short-term band-aid, and it's going to mess them up long-term, because instead of right now there only being technically GAMELORD in front of them,
Yes.
come phase 2 there could be 3 or 4 teams on that mainland by that coastal line. So, you know, I would definitely recommend they move. If Destiny are going to pull off a botation, they should do that in the next 30 seconds to a minute. Otherwise, that's not going to work.
Like, for teams, right, when you come into a circle like this, because it's obviously not a normal one we get, what on earth do you actually do in PM? Because I look at this and I'm like, all right, cool, it's wild, there's a lot of water inside it, but like, you know that you're going to be fighting a lot earlier, and we're always talking about like phase 3, phase 4, maybe you fight there. And this is Sanhok anyway, it goes fast enough as it is. Like, I don't have an answer other than like try hold your ground, stick together as a forward. It's like, this is not a time to 2-2 split or any madness like that. You just need to find a spot early on, maybe even rotate a lot earlier than what you usually would.
2-2s and maybe 3-1 splits can work for teams that are already inside the circle. You bring up a really good point for the teams that are kind of outside the circle. The second you enter, or even on your rotation, bang on, stick to a full squad. But there's two defining strats that are kind of on polar opposites that the team should instantly in the mindset of doing. One, heal strat, right? Heal strat. Yes, phase 2, phase 3 might center up and shift down kind of south to kind of, you know, end up around Paradise Resort. Fingers crossed. But let's be fair. We know that those circles can even shift more up north. It can be a bit more painful. So having that heal strat on this kind of phase 1, I think will be really big brain. We've seen UMBRA utilize it. Other teams can too. But the second strat is just having that aggressive edge of play style. It's not natural for a lot of teams. I'm not saying you shouldn't play out of your natural play style, out of your natural strengths, but it comes to a point where you gotta recognize that aggressive, you know, taking shots, looking to slow teams around you back on the edge of the first couple of circles will massively benefit you a little bit more coming into the mid and late stages of the game. So those are the two strats I'd like to see a good few of these teams utilize.
Well, let's wait and see how it's all gonna go down, because it's gonna be an interesting one just because of how we got this circle going. I remember last time around, right, we had not a circle, definitely haven't had a circle in any of the games we covered that are this bad in terms of Sanhok, but we've had a few of them and teams were able to adjust and adapt, but like, it really just depends if it can benefit you, you know, if the circle can come out more towards your just the way of things. For like, if you're GODSENT right now, you probably just don't move, right? If you're ScrimFarm, you maybe just sit, hold tight where it is for now. This south side is where it's going to get very scary. We're currently looking at Lost Bullet, who are going to actually work their way towards Destiny. Now, they should know that Destiny are out here, right? Because Destiny, remember on Sanhok, Destiny just stick around for a long time as well. They don't often move that far.
Yeah, but why are Lost Bullet even rotating onto the Northwest Island? It's a part of the map that has the least amount of landmass, and technically it can be considered a big brain play because you're avoiding a lot of the teams who are rotating on that mainland. But like I talked about with GODSENT and RESQ, it's a short-term band-aid. And now they're getting punished by Destiny. Now a return knock comes through, Beast is knocked down. But for the most part, this rotation from Lost Bullet just does not make sense to me.
For me, he looked like he was going to have a good angle there. Takes a few shots out in the dark towards the tree. Not making them connect, but they do know exactly where he is now, and they will return some fire onto it. The fact that, yeah, okay, you had a player obviously take a lot of damage in terms of Clever, he'll be able to bring him back up, it's not a problem, but you've now just got all of Destiny looking for you, and they certainly will want to take this fight and deal away with you, so they know that this side is clear for them, right? So they can sit there very comfortable.
And like, you know, Destiny realistically don't have anything to worry about, whether it's the league play or the Super Weekend based on that first win, 26 points. It is, you know, in one game, that's pretty much halfway to automatic qualification to the Super Weekend kind of thing. So they're not sweating it at all. Just to point out that both RESQ and GODSENT have done what I suggested. RESQ opted to go a little bit more towards the north of Bootcamp Hill on that rotation across the river, whereas GODSENT have sent it across onto the mainland. Now, is it a little bit later than I would like to see, possibly? But let's see how it works out as Mazzaro. Yeah, he's being put down to his knees. Good return engagement from Lost Bullet, to be fair.
Yeah, this isn't bad for them at all. I was very worried for him there that he was going to go down too far out in the open, but he was able to get behind the rock and find himself the cover he needed. This is where Destiny just do need to be slightly more cautious. They do want to take him down. It's got to be a smarter and quicker way of this happening. And as soon as Mazzaro's gone up, he's gone straight back down. Destiny, they need to find some success here. And so far, it's not looking good. We questioned Lost Bullet coming here, but right now, they're making the good decisions. And Beast is now isolated on his own, locked down within the building, and they're all hunting out for him. There's some cover fire being had from his teammates, but that's going to be another player loss for Destiny now. Straight up into it, and oh dear, the team nade comes through. Not ideal, but they should be fine to at least keep him strong with it. And Beast, it may give him a chance to run away because he wasn't instantly flushed due to this.
And I gotta give Lost Bullet credit, right? The turnaround in that engagement, the push off the knock, reposition, get the knock again, get the confirmation, and then push across the way where they were very confident that it was just one player in that building. And although I get the wraparound from Mihi, I think Nashi made a bad call by not joining up with Beast earlier, because I feel like he had the wall side that would have protected him. So mistakes by Destiny, but that's very much been all about Lost Bullet, how they've played around us, how they have pulled out the advantage on their side. So really good stuff, and it makes sense because they're so far away from the circle. That's 4 free points if they can get that squad wipe, and it's automatically a stepping stone rather than, let's say, trying to fight for 5th or 6th, which is the same amount of placing points.
Yeah, it is certainly a factor when it comes to it. Now another battle going on is going to be UMBRA taking on Nexus for now, and very close quarters. Naruto more in the back lines trying to provide some sort of cover, but nades are going to go on up, and it was a bit of a bouncy nade, but it did work out. Will find himself the knock with it. Nexus already lost Dexter in this battle before we got here. Ooh, PRZ. Very lucky. Fraction of health still left within it. But it's more a standoff, as we've seen this new circle shift. Still some water included in it, you know. It hasn't gone all the way down as a hard shift towards the south. But again, look what we're left with straight away off the bat here.
And for Nexus, they need to recognize that they've already got 1 kill off this. The circle shift has put them in a very prominent position. They need to turn this body advantage into a squad wipe, into a moment where they can control their position, because if they leave it longer than 1.5 minutes, basically until the blue zone of phase 2 starts closing in, they could have Polar Ace, they could have Gaijin, they could have ScrimFarm even closer to their location, third part in this team fight. So Nexus, I get that you're kind of waiting a little bit, that you're finding an opportunity, but don't wait for the opportunity to come to you. Look for an opportunity. Nexus have had no issues getting kills in the league play. They struggle to get kills in the Super Weekend.
Yep.
But make use of that strength in the league play of getting those kills. Make use of the ability of the fact that you can qualify for the Super Weekend very easily.
While you were talking there, we're also still seeing a few of these back and forths between Destiny and Lost. Clever's going to be the one that's now wiped on out. So for both these teams, it's not really benefited them. They're not in the circle just yet either. And you mentioned it, right? You said about Polar Ace could potentially get involved in this fight that's going on between Nexus and UMBRA. But it is one of these ones where they've made so much noise, both of them, that a lot of teams could be aware of this when it comes to it, right? So no matter who gets out, no matter how it goes down, there is going to be other teams ready and waiting for you to see where you go next. And that's where you have to be oh so careful.
And all Polaris have to do is have one player in that compound, send 3 players up the lip of the hill, and they'll be able to spot BAM instantly, right? And BAM, pun intended, that's a free kill for themselves, right? That allows them to maybe breach a little bit more heavily. I know it was. You
didn't even need to say.
But I did it.
You didn't even need to say pun intended. You could have just rocked it.
But see, here's the thing. It's way more of a dad joke if I actually say pun intended, right? It's way more of a dad joke.
Not supposed to say we're having a kids yet. Come on, we're saving that for the final.
Oh, damn.
Why are you spoiling things, Imperium, man?
I'm just so excited to have a child with you.
Second one.
What are we going to name it?
You know what? Because I'm always loving and screaming about Vito. He can just be called Vito. There we go.
Okay, Vito. Okay.
We just agreeing to that. I love that. Vito's going to watch his back and be hella confused about what's going on right now.
I'm going to send him a message later without context. Just say, Banks and me are naming our child Vito after you. That's it. See how he responds.
Well, we know we always talk about ScrimFarm getting us back on track, right? Well, this time around, they can't really sit in the blue. There wasn't really an option for these guys who we memed and laughed about it over and over again. We just saw their Clash rolled up on them, found themselves an early pick-off anyway. So despite how this circle went, it's less crazy than what I thought it was going to be, but teams are just a lot closer and maybe giving each other a tiny bit more respect in this.
Respect is the key word in that. There's a massive amount of respect for the teams, to be fair, and they've played quite a bit of Sanhok in the PMPL alone, so I think that is helping things come on through. Phase 3 pops up, it shifts down towards the southeast, puts Paradise Resort in the center part of this game, and one thing I noticed is Qatar forces Botation.
Yeah.
Pretty healthy. Very, very healthy. They've just come out of the blue, so they're going to have to heal up a little bit. Yeah, they're going in blind, but as far as space, as far as avoiding the action, as far as putting themselves into some kind of solid position in the mid part of the game, it's very healthy.
And it's one where it's worked out very well, the timing for their rotation, because they've just got onto the mainland now. There's no teams up there. They've got some space, so they will have their time to get into a position that they can feel more comfortable in and then work their way in. But again, with Qatar forces, I don't hold like my breath on what they'll be able to do when they do finally push in. I know we saw a couple of okay Sanhok games from these guys, but for them, I don't know, I'd have to see a huge drastic change in whatever they've been able to learn during their downtime.
Of course, they have the biggest uphill battle of the lot, right? They had the biggest turnaround. You talk about your 3-2 sweeps. You talk about your epic comebacks. This would be the most epic comeback if they were to not only qualify for the Super Weekend, but even qualify for the finals.
Now, the Tati here, he's got some good eyes looking at these Clash players. The problem, though, is you've already fought off against Clash. They took down Clown early. We saw it on the replay. Thank you very much to our observers. But he's now on his own as well. And I understand he might want to try go for them here. Oh. Early. Okay, he's still not landing the shots he needs to. Yeah, this is the problem. See, stuff like that could be happening. But that was a quick turn. That's impressive. Okay, Tati, maybe I'm going to give you some more credit on this one, mate. Fair play, straight away. One kill comes through, you've evened up the numbers, but I would like to see you ask for some backup, get some of your teammates in there as well, mate.
That's true, but in my opinion, I don't think it's needed at the moment. I actually don't think, because I think if you looked at the first Sanhok game, he stayed in the blue for the most part of the game on his own. Anyway, and he finds another knock on the Heiko, and he nearly finds a second. He's a one-man wrecking machine. It's all him. It's all his beard. It is all Tati.
I know you love a good beard, Imperium, but no one's putting you to shame on it just yet. Maybe some of these players will grow up into it. But what I'm looking forward to seeing is how Clash try to get out of this. The Tati wants to back away. Lots of shots. Go by the skin of his teeth. He does make it out. Now, Foxy Baby is arriving. First aid kit's going to be popped, and ScrimFarm, at least for now, seem like they want to stop Clash from being able to push any further forward. And we already saw it, right? There is a chance now for them to fight into this, considering they've evened up the numbers.
Oh, that nade nearly connected by Azer. And that was a good call by you, to be fair. You said you wanted to see the backup come through. It kind of has in the form of Foxy. Let's see how they can make it work. The blue zone is, of course, moving in on this phase number 4. Shrunk even more towards Paradise Resort. This damage is not going to be easy to deal with for the likes of Clash. Plus, because they've had to use a little bit of utility even to get to this point in the mainland. The sprays come through. You see the smoke, you shoot through the smoke. That nearly can always allow a knock to come through. Really good awareness from Tatati.
Sorry, I just had to mute my microphone as I started choking there, Imperium, you know. Worse than some of the teams do. Worse than ScrimFarm may be doing on this game.
I'm glad you said that. I had to hold my breath for a sec. In the meantime, GODSENT came in and got a knock and a kill onto Woodson, which, taking advantage of Woodson being on his own, still being in the blue, though, is going to start moving in. We do see 4 teams in Paradise Resort. GameLord, Gaijin Seraphim, UMBRA, and Polar Ace. So that's going to be a hell of a battle as Nexus go down.
The problem is that battle you just mentioned as well on Paradise Resort. Like, whoever gets out of there is also going to be so wounded, most likely, that it's going to be very, like, keeping everyone alive is going to be key here. And it may be one of those situations where no one really benefits to be in a great spot overall. And the fact it's not sent a circle, they're not guaranteed to be within it for the next one as well. So this could get wild just later than we expected it, because this game has kind of panned out to become slightly more normal than I would have given it credit for at the beginning. Oh, Bujo, you're up there at top. Very exposed, but somehow you stay alive. Some fluffed bullets towards him will allow him to be able to escape. And now this is where we get these close quarters fights going on. I love what we just saw GODSENT on the map there doing as well. They're just on the outside still. They're just waiting and watching before they decide to push in. They're not too bothered by it just yet. They've got an easy route in, but they're looking to find out what these other teams are doing, because everyone right now is going to be hearing this go down.
And I think that's something similar with GameLord. Yeah, they're kind of moving around, but they know that there's no point in breaching into the actual Paradise Resort area, right? Because one, you don't really have any information other than once you enter, so that could be too late to be done. Plus, the exit potential of their current position is way more valuable than every other team that's around them, bar GODSENT. So how they play around this coming into the next shift is going to be very important. I do still find it surprising that Spicy has pushed in a little bit more aggressively. I don't agree with that, but the circle has shifted. It goes down southeast. UDR Killers are gifted a little bit of hope in this game, as it has put them inside the circle still. Gaijin Seraphim are the only team out of the 4 right now from Paradise that are inside the circle, bar GameLord, who are entering it.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty for the teams that were within Paradise Resort. Qatar Forces, though, I said what we want to see something better from them. At least for now, they've stood strong in it. They're working their way around the sides of it all. They're still checking, you see. The forces there from UDR are taking out shots from anyone they do spot out, but Qatar are hidden for now, at least.
Full squad up as well, which is very healthy. We see Destiny going down. GODSENT are pulling off the same rotation as GameLord did.
Eastern Stars, they're struggling to find their way in, but now onto Polar Ace. Clash, they've already got themselves into plenty of battles throughout this game, and they're looking for some more now, but there's a lot of teams around them, and this is where it gets problematic. It's so contested up here in the north and out towards the northwest that all of these teams fighting forward are going to struggle to keep it going. They're going to struggle even to get some revives if they want to play into it. You see Naruto putting down the smokes to make sure there's as much cover as possible for them to try and work their way forward. But Qatar, they can quite comfortably sit where they are for now. They've just got to keep an eye on what other teams might decide to push out around them. As GODSENT, they're going to take down GameLord. And you said GameLord, oh, they're not in a bad spot. Well, GODSENT, they flushed them on out real quick with that one. And this now becomes so difficult. There is only one player, and it's poor Will on his own in the circle. Everyone else is going to be having to work their way in. Eastern Stars find themselves getting picked apart. Panda going down early on as well is not what you would expect. But this is what happens when we got such an insane circle.
Papa Blue comes on board. Polar Ace go down. Qatar Forces still up as a full squad as GODSENT continue to punish, batter and bruise the players around them. There's one building inside the circle and it's a warehouse. But Banks, that's a warehouse you realistically don't want to be in.
Yeah, I would not be trying to go for that anytime soon. And to touch on GODSENT, right? The thing I'm really happy with these guys, they came in last to the circle. We mentioned about them just waiting it out and keeping an eye on everything. Well, they kept an eye on it and then they went for it with confidence again. We said about their aggressive plays and what they can do. Well, right now they're trying to show it. Okay, they've lost a couple of players with it, but so many teams are in the same spot right now. Other than Qatar, who again, they've been playing off the edge of these rocks, plenty of shots coming out towards them, but they've been dealing with it so far. Oh, and AZ finds himself the easy pickups there, looking to just get rid of all these players that stand around them. And if you can get the revive off, the smoke's going to be put down. That's going to be huge for them to keep going. But he can do it just on the edge. They're right on the side of it. He put that smoke down further forward, so it won't move in just yet. There should be a chance for it if he wants it. Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. Wave, though, very much out in the open with it. Rice Gang are the next ones to fall, and you don't know where to look or where to turn on this. You mentioned UDR Killers were in a good spot. Okay, they've still got a job to do to run into the circle here, but they have been picking up the kills alongside the Lakonostra team, who do currently sit within the circle. As Octavian, oh, this could be huge. A massive upset potentially, but no! Oh, AZ picks him off and actually saves Lakonostra's players here, and they'll be able to get the revive for sure if they want it.
And UDR Killers, they push back Qatar Forces. Qatar Forces had a full squad up, but now they're down one, and he's in the blue. This is going to be down to GODSENT, Lakonostra MVP, and UDR Killers, with UDR still up as a three-man team.
Oh, nice. Managed to get himself a knock at least, which is going to upset him. UDR Killers now having to move their way in. They had the furthest to travel to find themselves back into the circle. But Qatar Forces, you'll take that all day long. 13 points. At the end of this, we said they needed to make a big change. Well, they certainly showed up with it within this game. But Lakonostra, they just feel like they're in the strongest position within this one. Okay, they're not closest to the circle, but look how split they are. Swave, oh, we're trying to find some success with the nades. AZ now needs to be careful as well. Now, this is where there probably isn't going to be time for that revive to come on through. But Ulysses, he's going to get the nades going up and forward, and UDR, they've taken control of the circle. They've taken the space they want here, and they can hide out for a little bit longer if need be. As Will, well, he pokes right out into the open. It's a wide swing that works out well for him to find a nice knock, but they need to be careful. You don't want to overextend too much in this, because this is still something where GODSENT could jump on top of you at any point while you guys are battling it out. Oh, smart decision by Poke as he tries to find him, deals the damage onto Swave, and now it's all up to AZ, the solo player on GODSENT. They found 10 kills, which is huge on its own, and maybe he can steal a game away if he allows UDR and Lakonostra to fight it out against each other. The big nade comes forward, Daddy goes down, and Will and Danny now, they're the ones that are going to have to try and take some extra control here. The UDR killer players, they step on up. GODSENT go down, and now we're into the 1v1 in terms of the team fights here. Nano doing the damage, shooting up forward. Pokers, he's just standing strong. He's going in for it non-stop, and UDR Killers walk away with a 24-point game for them. The big chicken dinner coming through, and what a way for it to go down. UDR Killers, we missed them first time around. We said we hadn't seen much from them. Then they come into the Super Weekend 2, and they're looking great, and now here they get a win very early on.
Confidence, motivation, control, a little bit of circle look. That summed up this game for UDR Killers. They played in as a full squad. They swept in. They pushed and suppressed Qatar Forces, which probably shouldn't have happened, but it did. And they played that end game extremely well, right? Having Pocus on the sidelines, confirming that kill on the Swave. I think at that point they had an idea that there was still one more player of GODSENT there, right? Because it was just a knock. So the second UDR killer player joining up with Pocus allowed him to, if there was any kind of knock from Azzy, that return frag. As it happens, it wasn't. So as soon as they cleared out GODSENT, it was full-on direction onto the players of Lakonostra MVP. Just really well executed, and it shows that the comms was really clear, in my opinion, from UDR Killers.
I completely agree with that, right? They knew what was going on. They understood what happened with the GODSENT situation, but also Nano's nade was absolutely impeccable, right? He throws it forward, and okay, he may not have the direct information there was a player there, but as soon as he got the knock, you just watched him. UDR stood up, and they're like, cool, we're ready to fight now. We're ready to take this game. And the other thing they did very early on before that fight really just kind of started to get into the big mix of it all, right? They stood up early on and took control of that circle before either GODSENT and Lakonostra had a chance of even going further and finding out what was happening. So a really solid ending, a difficult game for sure. It's Sanhok anyway, which can get wild, but right at the very end there, when it was coming out of Paradise Resort, that got insane.
And team I want to talk about is GODSENT, right? One of the most aggressive games that they've shown in the PMPL. Well, over 10 kills. They swept in from the north. They rotated early. GAMELORD went away from them. It allowed them to control. They got a free kill onto ScrimFarm, and then when they did have to sweep in, they pulled off the same rotation as GAMELORD and they got the squad on. And also the main reason why I want to mention is I do think this current roster that's playing in this league play, Azzy, Sway, Vito and Reeves, I firmly believe that this is the strongest GODSENT roster in the PMPL. No disrespect to Reznov or Marley, but I do believe that every single one of those players bring the strongest level of gameplay plus the synergy in the right way, especially considering Swave is still new. I really see the potential in this, right? Vito's such a great flanker. Azzy's a forward playing aggressive close quarter combat. Swave is a jack of all trades, and Reeves is a strong IGL that's able to support them in the back line. And I think together, this GODSENT roster can really go far.
And one thing you're touching on there, right, is that like that's the stronger team in terms of what you see and what we notice it. Well, I would certainly agree, and there's nothing wrong with that because every team should have its star lineup, right? It should have its A team to really deliver with when needed. Not always can you play with it, but when you can, they can show up like that, and that is a GODSENT we do love to see. We'll have to find out in just a moment on how the rest of the games will go for these guys. I'm still going to be certainly having a keen eye on Destiny. But before we get to our next game, we're moving on to Erangel. But you want to watch all of our amazing analysis, break the stuff down that we just saw on Sanhok, and to be honest, good luck to him because it's quite a hard one to do. We'll see you after the break.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PMPL Western Europe as we finished off our third game, and it's our second Sanhok of the day, so that means we're going to be having one more a little bit later, if you can do your math out there, and I guarantee every one of you can do your math better than a certain analyst we have. But before we start to dive into this last match, let's take a look at our sponsor of OnePlus, because mobile gaming, I'm sorry, Max, has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. With 120 hertz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. You add that all with the OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. Kalaris trying to get a real good look at the phone because he knows how good looking it is.
Very true. Look at that sleek body. Oof.
Oh, stop it. Let's talk about the phone, not me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our match rankings, though. How many points all the teams got out there on our second Sanhok today. And again, we're starting to see some teams really start to shine through when they need to. UDR Killers get themselves a victory, get themselves 24 points, and honestly get themselves one step closer to being into our third Super Weekend, Max.
Yeah, I would still count them into the danger zone, into the Super Weekend itself, so I think it's very important for them to make sure they can actually qualify, just to have that nicer little cushion to make sure they're going to make it into the finals of this event. But I mean, the team I really want to focus on this time, it has to be Qatar Forces, right? This is the team that we said has not qualified in the 2 first Super Weekends, and he was down to 1 point every single time. They must be a little bit salty, a little bit annoyed by that actually happening throughout the past 2 weeks. And they had some of the best rotations I ever played. I want to break down a little bit later on, actually, from Qatar Forces, but I think that they were respectful and they avoided big skirmishes to make sure they could have priority into the circle itself. So I think that this is Qatar Forces, what they can offer when they are in a really good spot.
Yeah, I can only agree. They were on the back foot after the first 2 weeks, and now they're even more so on the back foot, and they're working with what they've got here. 13 points for them on a Sanhok. Very, very nicely done, as you say, especially considering congestion up in Paradise Resort and how that played out. It's a little bit of a shame that they don't have an even further stretch into this game, I want to say, based on that fact that there was so much congestion up there. But good nonetheless, while some of our teams didn't do so good.
Oh, no. I feel like we cursed Polar Ace here after talking about match 2 and how well they performed. 1 point here in our third match of the day. ScrimFarm as well, only 1 point. They definitely had a struggle this time. They able to play from the blue as much as they wanted to. And it was down to Zatati as the last man remaining. But RESQ with 3 points. I mean, Panda again, 3 points. This is probably the worst we've seen them play, but also they're not really playing with the full roster here yet.
There's still 3, yeah. Yeah, there were still 3 players in this one. GK First normally will be able to join the party soon enough. Surprising because they got quite a big roster. They have 6 teams, one of the players actually being from another team that joined in as an extra sub just in case for this tournament. So it is actually surprising to me that with 6 players available that they are not able to show up as a full team. But you know what? That's fine, because knowing normally this is the time around when you will see them come in with the likes of GK First. So I'm expecting the 2 next games when we see them play actually be as a full roster, hopefully.
Kind of them to throw the other teams a bone here, Jason, considering how well they've been doing in the tournament so far. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, they can't win money off of chicken dinners here in league plays, so they're just saving it all for the Super Weekend. We are seeing our top players here on match 3. Mavazi, Swave going to be there. Pocus, yet again, we talked about Pocus at UDR Killers quite a bit this last week. And of course, Daddy coming in from Lakonostra MVP. It's nice to see another player step up instead of Alicio.
Agree.
Anyone?
I didn't know we were going to go on that one. I mean, Daddy, especially for Lakonostra, I think it was good. Like, Lakonostra had the best position on the southern side. Unfortunately, once you cross the road and you're actually trying to aim towards Paradise Resort itself, it's actually a little bit of... it's a tricky terrain to play around, and it was uphill, so that's where you see all UDR take more priority in that position. But I think that Daddy was definitely good in terms of... he was the one that's always going to be creating those opportunities for the team to, like, rotate above the road, rotate uphill. So I think Daddy was very proactive in this game for his team. And Pocus, as you said, we talked about this guy quite a lot, the clutch god from France, and able to frag out in big ways. I think he was also a big part as to why they were able to contest that position away from Qatar Forces. We talked about Qatar Forces having a really strong spot to play around on the eastern side of Paradise Resort itself. The moment UDR took it, the game was in their hands for sure.
Oh, poor Lakonostra. 1,300 damage done, but only 3 kills to show for it here, Killers. That's gotta hurt a bit, but it is nice to see Lakonostra can put up the damage. It's just about locking down those kills.
Yeah, obviously they were kind of... It's funny how the game works out for them, because obviously they're in that south position away from a lot of the teams that were having the battle royale up towards the top. But yeah, not really being able to convert too much. The team that I am most impressed for in terms of a start for a league play has been GODSENT. Getting themselves 10 points in terms of kills and then 10 points in terms of placement here is fantastic for them. They had a good start to the league play for last week as well, if I recall. I think they had a 4th and a 4th straight away off the back of that, but seeing that consistency continue and push on here for GODSENT is very nice, very refreshing.
Well, another team looking for that consistency, as Max pointed out before, Qatar Forces. They misqualified by 1 point 2 weeks in a row. Even though they were tied last week in points of Team UMBRA, they were behind in placement points. And we're trying to look at their average stats over the course of today compared to their average stats over the course of league play so far. And I mean, their damage might have shrunken a bit, but we are seeing their average points go up and their kills. So for me, it's kind of like they're playing a lot safer, it seems. And obviously, they are playing with a slightly different roster today.
I think when your damage goes down, it's not always a negative aspect of your game potentially going downhill. I think it also shown that they're rotating a lot better. Their rotations are very smart, and we saw it there. They went for rotation, and like the likes of Destiny or Clash would like to do on Sanhok itself, and they went straight for the northern coastal line. And after that, they played it very, very in a very smart manner, I would say. They approached situations really well, and I think that they were not trying to get involved in Paradise Resort. That's the reason why we saw so many teams die in the mid to late game stage, was because of Paradise. So they're like, okay, that position, it sucks. sucks, okay? We're going to say what it is. It was a really bad position to aim for, and they just avoided it in the best way possible. And that's why I think that the damage sure went down a little bit, but it's because the positions they play from do not require them to keep fighting continuously. And I think that that's a good change from Qatar Forces from the 2 last weeks until today.
Yeah, I still have, quite honestly, high hopes for Qatar Forces here in this third league play. Quite honestly, weeks 1 and weeks 2, when you don't qualify for the Super Weekend by 1 point, I would say that is extremely unfortunate, quite unlucky. You could have just 1 or 2 scenarios across 10 games go a different, 8 games go a different way. If you get yourself an extra flush on a knock that you've got from distance, for example, that's the difference. If you have 1 extra team die off in the blue whilst you're moving forwards into a circle, that could be the difference. So I still have high hopes here for Qatar Forces.
Yeah, I mean, look at Navi and PMGC. Again, they didn't qualify for 2 Super Weekends by 1 or 2 points, and then they qualify finally and get themselves actually into the finals. So maybe we can see Qatar Forces do that, but they still have a lot of work to go. And speaking of Qatar Forces, Max, as we're going to continue to talk about this team, you wanted to break down that rotation you were talking about before with Paradise Resort.
Yeah, it was the rotation they did after the rotation. They instantly went away from Cal, Tatmark, and actually tried to get involved into the late game stage just a little bit more. So we're going to be talking about this position over to the eastern side of Paradise Resort itself. So, of course, as you might expect, because of the circle shift that every time was going into the southern edge, you know there's going to be a big cluster of teams like I can see here inside Paradise Resort itself. And this is a fight you want to try and avoid. Rice Gang, in a similar fashion, tried to do so over to the west. Didn't quite go their way, unfortunately. But the reason why I love this position that was used, also I would say extremely well by Qatar Forces, is because you have all of these small little ridge lines. I'm gonna, oh wait, that's not what I wanted to use. There you go. You got all these small little, oh no, wait, what's going on? I don't want to use crosses. That's Yusef right now. There you go. No, these ridge lines are actually really interesting for them to play for. Reason why, especially with that third-person perspective, you could very easily have Yusef and also Wadea get the information on the teams right up north of their location, so you're still very easily going to be able to gather that intel. But the one move I really enjoyed the most in that entire play was Anas. Instantly understands that you've got so many teams, there is an opportunity to capitalize on kills to try and maybe shut down a few teams trying to move away from Paradise. So he moves straight up and is trying to get straight access onto these 2 ridgeline positions here, which I think was the great, amazing play coming out from Qatar Forces in general. And also while still keeping a focus on UMBRA that is in the back end, trying their best to move forward with a bunch of utility, but it doesn't work out. So really here, it's not only a way for them to avoid the fight in Paradise Resort, but also a way to maybe get information while also, from time to time, maybe able to convert a few kills to come your way. For example, Anas moves in, spots the information onto Bardot, and will instantly take a few shots in that global vicinity. So I think that overall, Qatar Forces understood exactly that they had to, since week 1, week 2, work especially on their rotational pathing, and I think they were indeed shown a great mark of improvement in this Sanhok game.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Clark's been mentioning as well, like they're a strong team. They've just been a little bit unlucky, as you said before. Like just 1 point, 1 fight went a little bit differently. 1 team died a little bit earlier for you to give you that additional placement point, and they could have been into any of these super weekends. But we also have to realize that if they do qualify into this 3rd super weekend, they still almost have to hope that like these 15th, 16th, maybe 14th place teams maybe don't qualify themselves, so they have a chance to catch up and potentially knock them out of the entire thing. But let's take a look now at our schedule here really quickly, since we do have our next match almost ready to go. We're heading back over to Erangel one more time today, as we do have Group B sitting out, and we'll round things out on Sanhok as our 5th and final match of the day, with Group A sitting out. So we still have a lot of action to come up here. You guys should stick around this entire time. And of course, we got to turn our eyes towards the next map here as we bring our commentators in to start to get ready to get us going into this match. You can see here our current kind of standings. Now the points will be a little bit low here, but that's kind of understandable considering we've only had 3 matches played, and with the way the placement points and kills work, it's pretty all condensed here. So I mean, what, 13th to 16th is 2 points, really not much of a change.
Yeah, I mean, considering the game that we're going into as well next, you're looking at Team UMBRA, Destiny, Panda, Gaijin Seraphim not being in this lobby. And when you remove 2 of the big names from the lobby, there's a lot of room for extra opportunities. Even though Destiny and Panda haven't had exactly the best day just yet, we know that they're capable of, and we know that the chances that they can take away from people. So yeah, this is a good chance here for a lot of these teams to put up some big numbers.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much for breaking all this down. And Max, of course, with a great illustration. I still don't know if I would rate that over any of the Picassos we've seen out of Colaris. But you got time, don't worry. We still got more left time. And we got time to bring our commentators in as well here with Banks and Imperium once again. Guys, 2 matches left to go in our very last Super Week, or League Play week. And then we have our Super Weekend and the finals. I think, if I can get my words out correctly, I think the pressure's really mounting for a lot of these teams here. And I'm kind of worried for some of them.
Yeah, you certainly should be, right? When it comes to this is the last chance, the last step for some of these guys, and they're probably looking at their points and thinking, how on earth do we get this done? Now, Imperium, there's one thing that I'm really happy that James pointed out there, is that both Destiny and Panda, when it comes to Erangel, they can do some serious damage, right? They can just step forward and take over the lobby. Well, they're not in this one. They're sitting in on out, which opens up a huge amount of space for some of these teams.
And it's needed for some of these teams, right?
Oh,
Rice Gang, where are you? Where are you, Rice Gang? You've really struggled in the first couple of games. Now you need to show up. I know this is only the first league play. I know there's tomorrow's game, but you don't want to leave it, right? You saw what happened to Qatar Forces the last 2 weeks. They didn't qualify by 1 point each week. So get the points where they count. And indeed, the playing path is showing up, so let's see where it goes. It seems like it's going from Milta all the way over to George Paul.
Yeah, not a bad plane, right? You're not going to complain too much about that. Gives everyone a fair chance of going on forward. And, you know, touching on Rice Gang, there are many moments, right, when I look at Rice and I think, oh, okay, like, they could be a contending team. They could be a nice team within it. You know, they have these opportunities, but I don't know, man. Like, I see 1 or 2 good things from them, but then I see a lot of stuff where I'm like, come on, guys, I know you can do better than this. I don't know. Do you think it's the same for you? Do you get the same kind of vibe, mate?
Massively. Massively, I get the same vibe. And I knew coming into the PMPL, they were going to be one of those teams. But it's somewhat like they gave not only themselves, but us false hope at the start of the PMPL in that first week. Right? And since then, it's gone downhill. And I mentioned it last week about it being the honeymoon period, being over for them. Well, now they have to really get down and put in the work. This is a good opportunity for them because of the fact that not only no Panda, no Destiny, but also GODSENT have opted to drop in RESQ instead of Farm. That's really interesting. I've never seen GODSENT go to RESQ for a competitive drop spot. They have at times gone for a split drop by the river. If it's been a very northern playing path. But this has really intrigued me with GODSENT. I like the idea of it, especially with the phase on circle, but it's definitely intrigued me, my friend.
Yeah, well, could it be because they're so far ahead already, you know, they're sat in second place, that they're just throwing out something a bit different? They're saying, okay, look, we'll try a few things up here before we get to the Super Weekend again, you know? Because we spoke about this before, where maybe some teams shouldn't be doing something like this, but this is the GODSENT we love to see. This is the confident GODSENT, you know? Maybe I'd even give an exception to them that if they want to play it out like this, then fair play to them, because they're in a good spot already.
Especially with Panda down in 17th, you know, playing a little bit of devil's advocate.
Didn't expect that.
You know, if the lack of performances keep on coming, we might see RESQ free for the 3rd Super Weekend. One area that isn't free, that has been for the last 2 Super Weekends, is Novo. You know, that place has been feeling very lonely, but now that Qatar Forces are in this week and are in these games, it is occupied, it is lootable, and Qatar Forces are taking full advantage of that.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have a field day, right? Nice and chill for them for sure.
Yeah.
Lakonostra, you know, they've been like a sleepy team of working their way up throughout these last few, like when we look at the last Super Weekend, we come into this, because there was many moments where we just weren't seeing too much from them, but we're seeing some improvements, right? We're seeing them feel maybe more comfortable with all of this. I'd say I'm more impressed with them now we've got further on throughout the tournament.
There's like a layer of stability to how they play. That even when they play badly, there's something about it where you're like, yeah, okay, you know, that was a bad move.
can let them off it.
Well, you feel like they're going to bounce back from it in another game, right, compared to other teams. And I think part of that comes down to the strength of not only eye-gelling in terms of in-game eye-gelling, but even just mentality that he shows in his attitude to the game and just how much he really wants to push not only himself, but the rest of his team. And although I don't think they can win the PMPL at the end of the day, I could easily see them getting, finishing up in the top 7, top 5 even, if they pull massive things out of the bag in the final. So let's see how it works for them. The third Super Weekend at the end of the day is the main aim for them to make it work. Because let's be fair, the first 2 Super Weekends, they've league weeks, they've kind of low-key scraped to get in.
Yes, yeah, that's the thing, right? Some of these teams, they don't show us the full force maybe and then realize, oh, wait a second, no, we need some more points than that. We need to grab ourselves a better position to actually have a chance of making it. Then they come into the Super Weekend and you can see the difference that some of these teams throw into it. Maybe I wouldn't say it's like saving themselves or not showing their full hand just yet, but I would say that you can definitely understand there's a big change-up that comes through. Now, we already touched on Rice Gang. They've... do they know that there's a player in there maybe? Potentially, Octavian? He's trying to play on the stairs, but he's going to get overwhelmed. No hope in hell's chance for him in that one. Do you know, I don't know if you can remember back to this, Imperium, but with Rice, Crispy, I feel like I've only seen him like a couple of times. Where's my boy at, man? Where's he at?
Maybe he's, if you go to your local grocery store and check on the shelf aisle, you should be able to find your Rice Krispie.
I'm on a diet, mate. I would love to have some more of them. For now, I just have to deal with hoping to see him in the actual game itself,
Sorry, man. I had to say it.
I do.
Well, okay, so rotational teams in this phase 1, which is a little bit of a tricky phase 1. Lost Bullet going instantly up north to around the Severity area. Polar Ace utilizing the high ground outside the shooting range, very valuable. GameLord and ScrimFarm did actually, respectfully have separate drop spots because sometimes they both go to Yasnaya, sometimes they both go to North George, whereas this game, GameLord, North George, ScrimFarm, Yasnaya. Clash are wrapping around ScrimFarm as our GSG, so that kind of worries me about ScrimFarm. I know they can be a very controlling team on the edge of the circle, but I feel like that's a little bit of a missed opportunity and it could punish them in phase 2. Lakonostra, they're going to have to be careful. And Rice Gang getting that early kill onto Eastern Stars, that's good motivation for them moving into this phase 1 circle.
Oh, yes. Again, we get the wild circles, right? At the end of last weekend, we saw us get the 3 games that were completely wild and crazy. We've now got a couple of games here. The first is Sanhok one, and now into this Erangel game where we're getting a lot of water up in the northern side of it all. Now, when it comes to Unicorns of Love, we started to praise them more and more as this has gone on. Right now, they find themselves where they could be going up against an early fight here against the Polar Ace team, depending on if they want to disengage or not. But in terms of position, Polar Ace, I prefer it for them. Just, there we go. The 2 players going to get in the car and get out of there and back away, and they can just hold on to the compound.
For Unicorns of Love, although they're used to playing and somewhat controlling this position, I would argue that not so much in the early parts of the game. Now, how they're repositioning, they recognize the fact that where they initially entered was a massive risk to being third party. So wrapping around to not only a hill where they're probably going to be able to find a bit more of an engagement, but they're less likely to get third party, does show the awareness and the intelligence Unicorns of Love have, not only for this map, but for the game as a whole. Led by Agon, it speaks for itself. Keep it fresh on the back line, on the sideline as a flank player is also perfect for how Unicorns of Love are positioned.
Well, they roll straight in and Holes will take the initial shots up against them. They have found their way in. Savage X is slightly damaged in this fight as well. A nade could be problematic for him for sure.
Nade.
But he survives it. Somehow they must have just rolled straight past him. Savage X isn't going to be complaining too much. And this actually could end up being a really cool attack coming out of Unicorns of Love, because look how far they've got.
I find that very interesting. I do think Halls should have gotten knocked by either Fresh or Argon when he peeked out that window. But overall, a good two-man push from Unicorn's Love. Then Fresh sent it in afterwards, keeping Agon on the back line. Great DP shots from Fresh. You recognize the player from Polar Ace in that back area. Tashi and Halls sticking to the house together. Where's Bardot, though? Where is Bardot?
Oh, yeah, because he was there, wasn't he, at one point? We saw him go away in the car, took his teammate around the side, but now the rest of them have come together, and Bardot's not there. He's away from the situation. Trying to look on the map as well, but there's so many teams up here right now, considering where this circle's gone. Mate, this is just all south of the circle is horrendous for everyone.
And a lot of teams are kind of opting for that, I wouldn't say wild, but very committed rotation to the coastline of the mainland. The benefit of that is that you don't need to worry about what's going on 180 degrees to you, right? Because it's all water. But the commitment to that coastline is very dependent on how that circle shifts on phase 2.
Well, for now, Unicorns are loved. They're dealing with this well. Now we see him, and sadly, the first time we see him, he's on the floor, which is not what he would have wanted, you know? That's some sort of Caster curse, I'm sure, as Caster is in the back lines behind the rock, trying to at least make sure his teammate can stay alive. I want to make sure, like, I know Savage X is aggressive, and I know how good of a player he can be, but he doesn't want to just go in and try and get that kill. Oh, no. Oh, this could be problematic for him, though. Okay, Polar Ace have disengaged. They've got themselves outside the building. They want to try and pull off this revive, considering how low he was. But look how many Unicorns of Love players might be able to come up into this. They've done it for now, but can he even get the first aid kit off? Unicorns of Love, they're trying to fight this smartly, but they're still all inside the building for now. Savage X burning away, flames all over him. He'll find himself going down on the floor, and this may give Polar Ace a chance. I wonder if Aegon is going to be able to do too much from this far. It's the damage from a side that he's going to have to pull off, right? And maybe they won't even expect him here, but Polar Ace aren't giving him a chance to take the shots he needs to find this opening success. And it's just all over the map. It's going wild, it's going crazy. This fight's been going on for so long, yet no one can quite finish each other off. The waiting game for sure, as Ked, he's got Savage X near him, he's going to go in for the revive, but if that push comes through, he's going to have to stop. He's going to have to let it go. And potentially let his teammate go as well. But both these teams, right, spending so much time here, no one else is bothering them right now. No one else is coming across. They've got a lot of. Normally, you'd be worried that another team would come through and try and take you out.
But Agon needs to join up in this fight. I feel like he, you know, the moment of being that backline baiting player has lost, right? Because both players are now committed to this house. And he needs to join up. It needs to be that clean 4v4 fight. And that's indeed what is happening. Agon gets in the vehicle. He's going to join up on the other house. That flank area can be utilized, but he has been heard. The distraction's being made. Agon's cooking up a grenade. This is quite healthy from Unicorn's Law. But don't forget, Caster is still in the back line for Polar Ace. So if that bait can come on through, it could work in the favor of the Polar Ace boys.
And another thing to note here as we got the map up, right, is RESQ. They are playing on the very edge where there are no teams currently. They've been scouting out this side of the map for a long time. They will know that for now they are clear. So how long they stick there, what they wait and see is going to be on the next shift for sure. But they're sitting pretty, obviously keeping themselves in a good spot. My, it's gone to 30. It's a little bit covering Stelma. Where the majority of teams are. The madness continues in all of these games, and the nades continue to fire on forward from Polar Ace and Unicorns of Love. Savage X, oh, he tried to play that smart, has to jump on down, but that's now a couple more knocks coming through. Aegon wants to get into the fight as well, and this is where Unicorns of Love believe that they can get it done. They believe they can win this out, and if they can do it with no casualties, that's going to be huge. Looking to pick up the pieces and deal all the damage onto him here. The finishes come on through. And Unicorns of Love, they get all four. Beautifully done, very back and forth. At times it was awkward for both, for sure. But Unicorns of Love, they were the better team in this engagement.
Indeed, you said it yourself, they were the better team overall. I didn't really feel like they were losing the fight. It was more the fact that they were failing to really win it. They were failing to really gain control of it. There was a couple of opportunities which they could have done it, most notably off the back of the first knock onto Bardot. That should have been a calling card for Agon to push in with that vehicle. That opportunity was missed. They held back. and then they re-engaged, then they recommitted. But now they have a little bit of a challenge ahead as they have to enter this phase number 3 because of that shift up towards Severny. There's a bit of space in front of them. They're going in blind. We lost Bullet on a side note. They're down in 20th in the league play standings with only 2 points in 3 games, so really not a good start from them. GameLord committing to the coastline in phase 1 has kind of benefited them because they were able to enter the Severny with all the information in mind, and they still have one player on the edge that's able to provide a lot of information. GODSENT are under pressure, only having Reeves left on his own.
Poor Aphis, he just jumped into that. ScrimFarm taking a lot of shots out towards him, but the Eastern Stars players were able to provide some cover fire. It's Bazzi that knocked down WDRD1 in the end. And ScrimFarm's another team that want to try and bring their A game back on into this. There's been moments of glory for these guys, but it has certainly slowed down. And the fact they weren't in the last Super Weekend, they know it has to be done this time around, right? They cannot have that again.
The weekend break does wonders. Not playing.
Don't know what that means, mate. I've not had one. There'll be no break at all, though, for the Eastern Stars players. Aphis still trying to just back away, gets himself on top of a bike and says, yep, I'm not going to stand any longer for this. Because his teammate got knocked, he found himself caught out, and they still are out towards this eastern side. Easy pickups, now 3 kills here for ScrimFarm, for maybe this is where they can come back into it, but there's still going to be some longer rotations depending on when the next circle shift goes. As Unicorns of Love, all they've done is fight, and they continue to do it here. This time though, Aegon's not going to be in the back lines, he's already going to be on the floor, but so are 2 of the Nexus players, which makes it harder for him. Straight away, 1 revive comes through, and I like this split we've got here from the Unicorns of Love, but they need to be careful as well, because this is still a point where other teams can come into it. Remember, GameLord, RESQ, not too far away.
Even Black Sparks as well. Black Sparks is actually the one that got the knock on Dagon on the side. Now, it wasn't even Nexus in that moment. So realistically, Nexus have kind of done nothing in this fight, but now Dexter's prone down. Ked sees him, he finds him, the shots come through, the knock is secured. Now push on that.
Time for them to do it. Time for them to push on forward. Can they make it work? Fresh sprayed on through. Great work done there at the end. And they will keep everyone alive. That's 8 points, 8 kills already for Unicorns of Love. And they're slowly but surely making their way in. And they sit in a nice spot overall here.
And Unicorns of Love also looking still going good. In Erangel as they take down UDR Killers. Wait, were you saying 8 kills? Make that 11, my friend. That was probably the easiest 3 kills they will ever get in the PMPL.
That was some absolute stellar play from Unicorns of Love, because another team rolls that up on you. You can often be caught by surprise when you've just been fighting like that, but they come through and it's a douche, douche, douche straight away to now give them 11 kills up in this. They're looking dangerous within this lobby. And ScrimFarm, well, another team that has certainly been fighting, but a bit more cautiously, still leaving some of the Eastern Stars players to get away, but they're still not within this circle, mate. They've still got some ground to gain here, and this is where it becomes oh so more difficult for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, but I don't get why Lakonostra MVP are so heavily split in that 2-1, right? Alicia and Will's knocked down. Danny's way further away. Yeah, okay, you could argue, well, that's that one player that's still in the game, but he's outside the circle. Some poor weird decisions being made by Lakonostra in this game.
And this is what we spoke about with Lakonostra. Sometimes you feel like they're on top of the world and they can take down anyone, and then other times, comes back to our conversation a bit earlier where you go, oh guys, oh no. Right now, there's a lot of pressure being applied down to Qatar Forces players, and ScrimFarm looking to get some additional kills. Now, they were firing onto the rest of them, but look where Youssef is. He's all the way around the side, and he'll make them at least pay attention elsewhere for now. As Clown, he jumps on up to do some more damage, but ScrimFarm, they may have pushed out too far. They've been annihilated with only Datati down there in the smokes. Now, revives can come through. There's certainly time for it, but that blue will soon be chasing you, and more teams will be looking at you, considering all the noise and all the obvious position you have here because of all the smoke being deployed.
Yusef, move down. You got to find that opportunity to reposition. And I know you might not have all the information in the world, but you only have that tree. The blue zone's closing in. You only have 2 first aids. The risk is there, but it could be very heavily rewarded. Danny's in a little bit of a similar situation. However, he has a juicy bike he can use to his advantage. The revives have been pulled off. The blue zone's about to hit into the next phase, but Yusef, he's committed to bopping the heads of ScrimFarm.
Yeah, Yusef wants to keep him there for as long as possible. The other Qatar Forces players have got closer to ScrimFarm, who are now just looking to disengage from this potentially. Smokes are still down, giving them the cover. The nades have gone forward. They need to be cautious of every movement they make here. The ScrimFarm ready to try and take down these final members. Oh, that molly, it's perfect! So much damage being done. Clown down on the ground as well. These 4 players here for Qatar Forces are looking to do some serious damage, and they eliminate ScrimFarm. But Yusef, he deserves so much credit in that.
He does. Overall, he does. Let's be fair. He slowed them down. He shut them down. He allowed the rest of the team to get the revives off. And in the end, it's a squad wipe. Qatar Forces, I underestimated you in that moment. Credit where it's due.
Same.
In the coastal line. RESQ dealing the damage. You were talking about RESQ's position on that coastline. Well, for now, they made it work.
Oh, sneaky though. Blood. He smells plenty of blood because it's the fallen GODSENT players, and only Reeves is standing there now. He's trying to shoot onto these other players on RESQ, but Blood believes he can come through and sideswipe him in a big way. So that car's going to give him plenty of cover, and Blood, you're tapping away, but be careful on your bullets in there, mate. Oh, huge Reeves!
Oh, Reeves!
That's what you want to see. That's the way you get it done. I didn't expect that. Coyote now swimming on over to his teammate saying, oh no, this didn't go to plan. We thought we had a good position here. There was a spot. There was a chance. And guess who's still fighting? Obviously, it's the Unicorns of Love. Savage X this time is going to be the one that's knocked down. But can they keep themselves with plenty of players alive?
Oh
Black Sparks, they've come onto this, but it's a bit disconnected.
Oh,
Not all the players are here at the same time, but it's Ked ripping them apart in a great spot with only a slight smoke that was covering it. Black Sparks have gone down. 15 kills now for Unicorns of Love. And can anyone stop them? Because they've only lost Savage X. Just think about that for a second, Imperium. 15 kills, fighting non-stop, full squad fights they've been going for, and yet they've only lost 1 player so far.
I'm gobsmacked. I shouldn't really be surprised. Ked doing Ked things on 8 kills alone, being that flank player, being the sneaky, snaky, aggressive, poisonous, venomous player that he is. But now we divert our attentions on towards QLASH, who being somewhat silent but deadly, holding onto this garage compound. Qatar Forces are breaching in. Nice nade being thrown up by Anas. That could be the portal call in through the window. Not quite falls short, but a holds back QLASH and gives a little bit more space to Qatar Forces.
The nades are going to be key. And that's just avoiding that molly as well. But the nade, it's on the money. It puts him on the floor. And QLASH are looking to hold on to this. You saw the crate by them as well, but they don't need to go for it just yet. They're focusing on just holding on to what they have. The circle shift goes away from everyone onto the coastline. This could slightly benefit Tick and Reeves. Oh no. Reeves under pressure still though from Tick. This GODSENT versus RESQ battle has just been happening while everything else has happened for a long time. Maybe GameLord are aware of it. I'm not going to be fully sure just yet. But Tick, plenty of shots come out towards him. He'll be finished off there. And now Reeves. He's all alone, about to be gunned down by GameLord. We've got plenty of players in it, but he's still hitting some nice shots. Fair play, he's holding on, he's holding strong, but he eventually gets run on down. And GameLord, they've had 7 kills. We've not seen much of the action so far from these guys, but they're looking for more now. And Cody trying to hide, trying to make sure he can hop out the car in time.
No way!
Does he do it?
He did.
Oh, wow. He survived. I thought he was going to be dead to rights. He does get knocked. We see it come up on the kill feed eventually. But the Unicorns of Love, they're making their approach now. Do you want to risk it with the vehicles? It looked like they were hopping out to maybe walk on in afterwards, and that might be smarter in a position like this.
Rice Gang? Okay. Rice Gang?
They know. Oh, from the side though, there's another set of teams. This is difficult. Ked looking to spray him on down. Takes the car out as well. Oh, nice shots being landed here.
Oh my God.
He's pulling it off once again. This man's up at 8 of the 15 kills his team has, and he's not done yet. Unicorns are love. They're large and in charge right now, and they don't seem to be slowing down while the other teams start to dwindle on numbers and start to struggle a bit more here. Now, GameLord still got 4 up, but it's whether they can keep it, and well, it's not going to be that easy, as no matter where we look, no matter where we turn, it's another player going down and hitting the floor, and now Unicorns are love. They sit there with a huge opportunity to take one of the biggest wins we've seen here in the PMPL season thus far.
I don't think they can be stopped. I just don't think they can be stopped. RESQ Gang are punished for moving into the circle late and without any information. QLASH have been picked by both GameLord and Unicorns of Love. GameLord are in a strong position, but with how aggressive Unicorns have looked, I'm going to go back to it. I don't think they can be stopped.
Well, the best team that has a chance of trying to stop them here is going to be GameLord. But you see, every time they poke on out, GameLord, they're focused on QLASH. And okay, they'll be able to knock some players here. MZ's the one to hit the ground. But it's whether they can deal with this onslaught that's going to come out from Unicorns of Love. Fresh, I like this. This is very confident. It's a huge risk at the same time, but he survives. No one took some big shots at him until he'd already got there, and now he has to tree for cover as well. He's worked his way in, he's come round the side, and look at the positions that Unicorns of Love have now. Kev now needs to get in, Aegon's already in the circle, Fresh is towards the back lines. There's a distraction that has worked out perfectly here, and GameLord, they were completely unaware of it.
2-1 spread. The nades are going to go out because they've gotten so many kills. That utility has constantly been refreshed.
Yes.
By Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, that's certainly a point we have to focus on with that. Is that not only have they had the kills, and some of those fights have just been one after each other, they've been able to replenish their resources, find the utility they can use to their advantage as Aegon. He just wants to spray on out going forward. Fresh, using the smokes to his advantage.
Risk.
Doing his best out in the open. I like he's just on the road. Why not? Completely prone. Yes, you know, you're covered for at least a little bit here, but he seems to want to be able to focus on this remaining QLASH player that's down here. That may be a great opportunity to get the 18th kill in. Fresh believes in his own ability, but it's not going to work out. Calamos, he fires back. He returns some shots on toward him. Will bandage himself as much as possible, but this now may be the undoing of Unicorns of Love. Oh, Molly going up. Will it connect with any of the players? Look deep enough. Look like he... Oh, Ked, though, onto Victor at the same time. More nades going forward, but careful, Ked.
Oh.
Woo. Woo. More damage being done. Victor's like, yeah, okay, no, I'm not going further forward on that one. Not taking another risk here for sure. Calamos at the same time, though, just he's chilling now. He knows his only threat has gone.
You're dead right.
One that could have challenged him face to face.
And I respect what Fresh tried to do, but like you said, it could be the undoing of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, it wasn't such a bad idea. It just, if it doesn't pay off, that's where you give them the chances. Lakashi, nade bang on top of him. Victor and Spicy need to be careful within this smoke. If more nades come out towards them, it's going to be problematic. More shots being fired off, but maybe Unicorns of Love will be running out of nades soon. Another one comes forward and looking good. Ooh! It's non-stop. And Calamos, he's trying to heal on out in the blue. It's not going to work out for him. He couldn't move. He knew the moment he steps forward, he's going to be shot at. It's Unicorns of Love. They may not have the numbers advantage in this, but they certainly have the utility advantage. And Ked, he wants to try sneak round. Maybe, if he can get out without being spotted, he'll be able to just sneak attack them at some point while Aegon keeps him distracted in some way. But no, some shots come out towards him. He's been spotted for now. Spicy, he's got that 20/20 vision. He's trying to use it to his advantage. Aegon, you need to find a way to give your teammates some cover here as well. He's still got first aid, he's still got bandages. Oh, shots are going to be made! Damage being landed, but no knocks coming on through for either side just yet. Ked throws down a smoke, gives himself some extra cover in this because he knows he's scared as well now. All it takes is just a bullet. Oh, and it gets landed onto him. Ked goes down. Aegon now on his own. Pressure being applied. GameLord looking to take this game in a big way. They may have not had the huge amount of kills, but they've certainly held on to their own very well here. Lakashi making his way forward. Aegon goes down at the end, and that will be it. GAMELORD pick up a win, despite Unicorns of Love dominating the field. It wasn't going to be their chicken dinner.
GAMELORD, really happy to have seen them. One, because I think their performances had been slipping throughout the second Super Weekend, and there was a lack of fire in how they were closing out games, closing out team fights, whereas this was a much more intelligent game, well positioned on the edge of Severny, well positioned on the coastline in the very early game. That move onto the beach side did pose risks, but it was clear that they had full control of it, so I'm really happy to see that win come through. But at the end of the day, it's been overshadowed by Unicorns of Love.
Yeah.
It's been overshadowed by fight after fight after fight after kill after kill. Unicorns of Love, that was incredible.
And that is everything I love about PUBG Mobile. When you see games go like that, you see this communication, you see that teamwork that comes through. Okay, they were taking some risk for sure, especially at the end, what we saw there. But that is what you look at in some real stellar play. It's the perfect mix of going in for the placement points and getting the kills on the board there. And also, shout out to our observers on that one, because we got to follow up the whole storyline of what Unicorns of Love were doing there. So that was just epic, mate. That's exactly what we want to see. And the only thing I will say when we come into this game is Destiny. Obviously, they sat out of this game. They're probably looking at that and go, of course. It goes up there one time that we're not in the lobby. Thanks.
Well, you did say it was an opportunity for some teams lower down to get killed, but, you know, it's like... you replaced
go to their zone.
Unicorns of Love, like... crazy. Oh, man. And look, ScrimFarm, I don't think they had a bad game, to be fair. I think they did well controlling the edge of the eastern side. They got an early kill onto one of the Lakonostra players. They then got a couple of kills onto the Eastern Stars players. It was more after that, you know, they got a little bit of a break against Qatar forces, but that move by Qatar forces was fantastic to get the squad wipe. It's a step in the right direction for ScrimFarm, but I'm still cautious of them coming into the last game of the day and into tomorrow's league games.
And I'll say about Qatar now, this is 2 games back-to-back where they've actually made me feel positive about them. I'm actually looking at what they've done and say, okay, this is legit. You've taken some fights. You had some initial kills. That move by Youssef that we saw, right, where he decided to go around the side of it, that was absolutely huge. Without that, I feel like ScrimFarm would have won out the battle against them, you know? If he'd just been with the rest of them, I was like, cool, ScrimFarm have got your number, but not this time around. So I'm going to be, I think, actually looking at Qatar now and seeing what they do, because they're giving me a legitimate chance of thinking that they can make it to a Super Weekend here.
It's hope, for sure. Will it be false hope or will it be justified hope? That's something, of course, we'll have to wait and see. Just to go back to Unicorns of Love, though, what we saw from them in that game was straight out raw confidence, right? Yes. Raw confidence. We know that 90% of this lobby are extremely strong when it comes to fighting, taking shots, controlling that recoil. But that confidence from Unicorns of Love in that game, that's the blueprint of what every team should be looking for.
And I want to see if that confidence is going to continue forward onto our final game of the day, because that was something special. But what's more special is our amazing trio on the analyst desk that you'll be back with in just a few moments.
Well, what a finish here to our 4th match of our first day of our 3rd week of league plays. We do see GameLord take themselves the chicken dinner, and funny enough, their first chicken dinner throughout this entire event. Now, they don't win $1,000 on top of this, but they do get themselves set nicely to qualify through into that 3rd and final super weekend. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about in this game with GameLord, but also Unicorns of Love. The amount of kills they put down was ridiculous, Kalaris.
Yep, very, very nice by Unicorns of Love. I thought maybe they were able to round it out towards the end as well, considering how many grenades that they had bombarding the position that GameLord had taken up. But Jason, it's about damn time we see GameLord getting themselves a victory. They've had multiple podium finishes, and it's just kind of slipped from their grasp in a few instances. I'm thinking about Miramar situations. I'm thinking about some of the other games in the past. And yeah, 27 points go their way. Very good, considering that they have to play on an extremely brutal plateau, kind of building themselves makeshift positions where they can, and you know, finding an entrance towards the end. Very nice.
I mean, especially on the back end during that game, you're like, you could show have seen guys, but James was like, this is not Destiny, you should go for the northern rotation. And GameLord did something somewhat similar. They were in strength Severny position, they contested it away from the likes of RESQ. GODSENT did something very similar too. So I think that this is actually GameLord reading their lobby also really well. So this is a good start, as we said, like their very first win into this one, as now we're going to be looking onto the second page, and a few teams still not able to get themselves some great results today. Nexus a little bit on the lower side, GSG 1 point coming to their name, but overall it's good to see some teams that we haven't been seeing too much actually rising up to the occasion on this 4th game.
Yeah, honestly, I'm getting a little bit worried going into tomorrow's matches because there's only 5 matches. Well, technically 6 if you add in the last one we have today coming through. We got 2 in there. But there's limited time, right? There's a limited amount of matches left for these teams to get themselves enough points to make top 16. So, you know, with only 5 matches to go tomorrow, you have to be hopefully a little bit lucky to make one of those go your way. But we do have Ked and Fresh, both with over 1,000 damage each. Ked with 8 kills, 1 assist. This man, he doesn't want to share, Kalaris.
Yeah, no catastrophe here. Ked putting up the numbers. Brilliant stuff by him, but alongside Fresh as well, this unit that we see here from Unicorns of Love is a devastatingly powerful one if you give them the time of day, give them the right position. They had it for a long time. I question the it's so difficult because Ked wants to make the swing out to the right in those final moments, right, where he wants to try and get a better position on GameLord. The smoke, then I almost wish he doesn't throw the smoke down, because it kind of gives away exactly where he's going to be, and then they just spray through, and they're almost guaranteed to eventually get a clip on towards Ked there. So, but it's by the by. He was in a bit of trouble anyway.
Yeah, I do understand why Ken maybe wanted to try and play with the smoke, because of the position and where you were looking at GameLord. They could allow themselves to be all crouched or actually up on their 2 feet, so they could actually, with that third-person perspective, peek a little bit higher. And I think that that's maybe what scared Ked into using the smoke. But I do agree, using the smoke kind of alerts like, oh, he's currently in that position, just go for one wide spray and he's gone, which is exactly what happened at the end. But I'm thinking back on this game, and I'm thinking there's clearly a world where Unicorns of Love close off this game and take the win, despite that circle that really didn't help them out too much, if Kalimos was not there. The reason that Kalimos got the shutdown to Fresh was the reason why we see GameLord close off the game, because if Fresh was able to actually get in the position where Kalimos was, which was a great tree, that would have been 2 great angles, and there's no way that we could have seen GameLord escape from it. But man, that damage, 3 point, is that a record? I think,
yeah,
it is.
So,
yeah. That's a big number. Big, huge.
Thank you, Max.
Pro analysis. That's what we're going for.
Yes, big number. Sorry, I thought you were going to keep going about that. It's got to be a little bit frustrating for Unicorns of Love to not close it out. But hey, taking home the 29 points total, I think they should still definitely be happy, as they already set themselves through into the Super Weekend. They should be relatively about there. But again, we have to focus on GameLord a little bit here, considering it's the first time they got themselves a chicken dinner in this entire event. And we want to take a look at their stats over the course of the entire event here for all the players to see who's really been standing out for their team. We saw Spicy making the top player list here, and we can see the 6 players on their roster. And Victor actually has the most damage done so far. But I don't know, looking at this, I'm trying to think of like GK First, who had, I think it was like 12, 13k damage so far, and they've played about the same amount of days. Actually, he's probably even played less, considering he had to sit out some matches. But we aren't really seeing necessarily that standout player come into lights of GameLord, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you have Victor, Akashi, Spicy in there, all with, you know, some really good damage done.
Yeah, I mean, looking at GameLord and how they've played things out, I need to preface this with, this is the best 20 teams in this region, right? So everybody here is an outstanding player, but relative to all of those teams, GameLord for me is the quintessential middling average team in what they've been able to do. You look at all of their results across the entirety of the tournament so far. Yes, they've had podium finishes. This is their first finish off of a game, and it's constantly been like, you finished 8th place across the tournament, you finished 9th place across the tournament, and these numbers kind of reflect that everyone's kind of chipping in, everyone's doing what they need to do, but what then takes GameLord to the next level? I think that what does is them trying to, you know, turn those podium finishes into first places. I think maybe there's a little bit of hesitance about trying to finish off a game. I'm not sure where that stems from. I'll have to do kind of a deeper dive into it, Max, here, but what are your thoughts?
I mean, especially when I'm thinking back on GameLord, they are a team that has always had great talent, and I think that they were especially putting at the team and thinking back in, like, you know, the Elevate teams, they were like all over the place, but they were still present. And I think that what is going to help them get to the next level, as you were asking, you know, what is going to be their next step, I think is having big international competitive experience with this current roster. I think that's what's going to help them out a lot. And we've seen some improvement. Is maybe they're on the same level as the likes of maybe a GODSENT or UDR Killers, but they are learning a lot. And I think that this PMPL is already looking great. I wouldn't put them in the top 3 in the finals just yet, even though you don't know, it could happen. But I think that the more we see them, potentially even in the full split of this year, they could be even higher up in the overall standings for the remainder of the next PMPL. So I think that this kind of experience is exactly what's going to help them reach their goals in the future.
And just to round out this thought, Jason, that's the thing, right? When you're kind of in the middle of the pack as well, and when you're doing so consistently across all of these stages, you're not, at no point are you disappointing in the lobby. I don't think I've been really disappointed in what GameLord has done through the entirety of the tournament, but also there's very rarely that exceptional leap up, that exceptional peak coming out from them. But because they are in that kind of average position and consistently there is the potential for them to jump up with just a few tweaks here and there, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I was back to say, maybe not the EMEA Regional Championships getting top 3, but the points they do get Super Week can count towards PMGC later on in the year. So the points they can get now, if they can one-up it going into the fall split later on this year, we very well could see them there. But what we might see even make it into the EMEA Regional Championship with the way they're playing is Unicorns of Love. And we're going to dive into their player stats here in this last match. We obviously got to see 2 of their players with Ked and Fresh, but we wanted to see how Aegon was doing as well here, because this team, I think they've been probably putting up the biggest numbers of kills in these matches than we've seen out of any other team.
Well, to say exactly, actually, throughout their 3 matches played, they still got 1 to play after this one on Sanhok. They got a kill average just barely below 10, is 9.67 currently. And I think over 4 games, if they can keep that average up, that is mental to think that off of this last game alone, if they did take the win, they would have qualified potentially purely based on 1 game alone, which we have not seen yet in the entirety of this tournament. And especially when you're looking at these players, everyone has stepped up at one point in time. Aegon, we saw him too. I think he was doing amazing potential on this last game. Ked with some amazing grenades. Fresh has just been the clutch master for the team in general. And Savage X, as I called him since day 1 of this tournament, one of the most aggressive players in the European region. These are all absolute huge names in the European scene, and you put them together, you're going to have some sparks. And man, almost the first 20 kill bomb coming out from Unicorns of Love in that last game was amazing, but it didn't quite hit home at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we're even seeing Beg for Mercy into the mix. He's definitely been a star player for them as well. When we get into our Super Weekends, I'm guessing he'll maybe come back into the mix here. But this team, I think, you know, Claris, you said you had your 3 set teams in your eyes that would be making it through the EMEA Regional Championships. Is Unicorns Love maybe one of those teams sneaking through now?
Well, that's the thing, is that actually, I was racking my brain when I was trying to decide my third between Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love. Eastern Stars, for me, considering what they were able to put up in the first week, was there, but it was really hard to make the decision between these 2. And as time is continuing on, Unicorns of Love is kind of making me regret picking Eastern Stars in that spot. So yeah, definitely great to see them performing as well as they are doing. They could easily rival that top 3 spot given this kind of form that they're on right now.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the schedule here and we get you guys an idea of what's coming up next. We do have Group A sitting out in our final match of the day, which will be over on Sanhok again. But tomorrow we'll be having 3 Erangels and 2 Sanhoks, so make sure you guys tune back in for those matches. I'm really curious to see how these teams are going to do. Again, if you're one of those teams not safe or not even close to being safe, tomorrow it all comes down to that, especially when it comes to the Super Weekend, right? The teams we were talking about, the bottom 8 teams overall within our Super Weekends who are struggling to get themselves in the top 16 or maintain themselves into the top 16. But gentlemen, you know, I haven't asked predictions at all today, but I'm going to ask them now. as we get into our last game. We have to think about how Sanhok can potentially go for these teams. And just to remind you, obviously, with Group A sitting out, they won't be playing here in this last match. So I'm going to throw it over to whichever one of you wants to go first.
Ooh, I'm not ready on this one. You know what? I'm gonna go with ScrimFarm. We've been playing the blue, and I want to see it potentially get converted into a win eventually. I mean, we've been talking smack about that a little bit at the start. Now we're starting to understand a little bit. We're catching up. So I never know. The blue zone play could result in a win. So hopefully it'll be happening here.
Smart choice by Max, considering GODSENT isn't in this lobby because they're in Group A. I will go with Panda. Back on the track, back at the end of the day here to round things out, showing people just who's boss. We'll see.
Yeah, that's exactly who I was going to go with as well, even though I did say at the start of the day I had a dream that RESQ would win a chicken dinner, though I'm not
You're not going with
confident anymore. No, you know, like dreams
Give it up.
are, you can analyze dreams all you want, but it doesn't mean they're going to happen. But I believe it's time to bring our commentators in. I believe I can bring them in. I haven't been told whether or not they're ready, but hopefully they are. So you two, I'll see you guys in the green room in a few minutes, and we'll bring back in Banks and Imperium. They've had a long enough break, I'd say, with the craziness that happened in our last match. But hey, you guys still have one more match to go today. Gentlemen, I hope you're ready to go.
Oh, yes, definitely ready for this. I hope the madness continues. Maybe we're getting up a crazy circle. I'm all down for it. Imperium, we have been blessed these last couple of days with the madness that we do love, although the players and the teams probably hate every second of it. We have been given entertainment. We have been given some fantastic games, but it is still all to play for. It is only the opening day. Just one final match remains, and it is on Sanhok.
At the end of the day, this is the qualification for the final Super Weekend. There's so much pressure on board for a lot of these teams. We brought up the bubble of the bottom 8 teams in the Super Weekend. You know, there needs to be more from those teams. There needs to be a bigger showing. And right now, the bottom 4 of this league week is Lost Bullet, Panda, RESQ, and UMBRA. Now, all 4 of those teams are playing in this final game, which is definitely positive. But considering the lack of points Lost Bullet have in the 3 games that they've played, 4 points, they need a shot to the heart performance-wise. They need an adrenaline push in this final game of the day.
Well, let's hope they can get plenty of them, get themselves pumped up and ready, and try and find some success within this final game. Because, you know, when you go into tomorrow, if you're still dwindling on points, you start to be very scared. And, all right, this isn't the worst circle in the world. We could finally find ourselves going down to our island down on the south within this. For Panda, it's not very often that they don't have to rotate too far, you know, when it comes to Sanhok. I always find that they're the ones running mainly around the map, but this time they'll find the gods benefiting them on where the circles go.
Why are RESQ splitting so heavily on that 2-2
Oh,
drop?
God. Yeah.
You got 2 in Hating, you got 2 by the trifecta compound. I get it, but I don't agree with it, especially for a team like RESQ. Unicorns of Love, Panda, Destiny, Clash. I would maybe understand it a bit more.
Oh, Lost Bullet as well, of all teams. We just mentioned them. That's not how they wanted it to start at all here, Imperium. And Nexus, he potentially wants to go for some more as well. Dammy's inside it. Not sure what he wants to do with this one. I don't fancy his chances. He takes a few shots, but more bullets come out towards him. If Nightmare joins up with Nexus, they could just overwhelm him and gun him down. There is potential for it. The Dammy's hoping to cook something up with a grenade. The extra shots come out towards him, and he is pinned down. Ailush trying to get over towards it. They need to try and play this smart. QLASH has gone down the other side, though. The ScrimFarm battle there, and we speak about this 2-2 split coming out from Rice. Jump shots being taken here from Nightmare, but it's not going to connect. And the fact that they've lost a player early on as well, right, means that they lose another one within this, and you've got 2 players who are solo, potentially, with this 2-2 split they went for. And then that does kind of answer all our questions on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I do respect the fact that Lost Bullet at least have somewhat joined up after losing a player, Lush and a Master now moving in. But with the bike they go, Nightmare is going to look for the shots, but Nexus gets knocked down.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Nightmare, be careful using the other side of the wall. But Dammy has his number. That's a great response. That flank, that positioning those angles from Lost Bullet, really healthy.
Yeah, they may have lost the player early on, but they certainly battled back in it. Team joined up, dealt the damage they needed, and now Rice Gang find themselves with Cakes left all on her own.
Rice Gang, Rice Gang, Rice Gang, you're killing me. You're killing me.
Softly.
With his love?
There you go. Little delayed, you know. I thought this whole like husband and wife duo was going to do a bit better than that with the speed of it all, but
Gotta leave you hanging a little bit.
all right, tease me every now and again. I'm fine with that.
Exactly. Gotta play a little bit hard to get, you know.
Damn, married you and you're still playing hard to get. Wait a sec, I'm the wife. I'm supposed to be the one playing hard to get. You're lucky to have me. We're playing A.
But that's what makes this relationship work, even though you're the wife. You know, like,
so we're even on this, yeah? We're doing the 50-50. Okay, cool.
exactly. We're a duo.
Perfect. As long as you make more money than me, right? And then I steal it when we divorce at some point. Completely fine.
Wow.
Hey, a better option may come along. Be careful.
To be fair, I have to get the first part together first, you know. I have to start making more money than you before, you know, we get divorced. Maybe it could be the other way around, though, you know? Maybe I could, you know, take all the money from you.
Okay, all right. I'll see how you go with this. I'll be careful of it. There's Black Sparks. Remember how many times I've spoken about these guys and the fact that when they do this, where they lose a player early on, it doesn't benefit them. They're not looking at any fairness in this because right now even Hamo is going to be attacked here by the GSGE team. He's very isolated. One of his teammates, Sans4, is down low on health. Obviously, it won't be a problem for him to heal back up, but it's not like he's going to come into this fight and be able to help save the day at all anytime soon. As Hamo, he's dancing, he's running, he's trying to do as much damage as possible, but the fact he gets a knock's not bad at all.
Nice.
Can he get some more done? Can he even just try go for a finish off with it? GSG being very careful with this. They're not fully committing to it. I'd rather see the two players they did have, though, like just take Hamo down now rather than wait this one out because you're biding more time for him. Now you've lost a teammate as well in Tudor, and it's Sans4, who was the low on health player for Black Sparks, dealing with it. If Black Sparks get away with this is going to be huge. Hamo's just using every bit of cover he can find to his advantage. He said, I could dance all day.
Plus, there's a juicy little bit of a third party coming out from the Unicorns. A lot of players, you make noise in Sanhok and you are attracting the attention of the nature in front of you. Hamo goes in. That's a balls-in move. He didn't pay off, and it keeps Black Sparks down to now just 2 players.
And Belend definitely going to be cautious here because he knows it's not just one team he's dealing with. Across the map, they found problems going out towards them. And again, just a start that's made him suffer huge casualties already. To keep 2 alive in this, they're going to play the slow, long game from here on out. Another thing to note, I'm just looking at on the map as well, is that ScrimFarm stole a bit of Destiny's spot this time around. And they 2-2 split it up as well, which means Destiny have just moved up further towards Camp Alpha, not doing their usual spacing. But I'm surprised they don't go in for the attack or the fight with it, because we know Destiny, they love to hold on to their positions. They will certainly fight back against anyone that may try and steal some ground from them. But the Unicorns are loved now. You mentioned it with the third party. They heard the shots. They want to go in for the kills. And, well, they have been on point so far today. That previous game was massive from them. And Kedar, beautiful Molly. Levy's going to be on fire. But he still gets away with that. Wow, what? Not doing Ked things this time around. Does have Fresh at least to give him some cover. But these nades could be the end of him. The Molly doesn't quite reach him, luckily. Levy very low on health. Lau on the floor. Fresh going to try and go in for this revive, and then he might be able to push on through. There's cover fire being had, and that's why the smokes are going down. But actually, GSG, they've done very well.
They haven't done too badly indeed, but the pressure isn't over. Plus, there is another team potentially joining in on the mix on a side note. So that's something Unicorns will have to be careful about. Ked, who got revived up, jumps into the house. Kamara's going to be holding on to one angle. You have another player coming through. Nice play by Ked. Now the last player is up. He gets taken out. Unicorns will pick up where they left off in the last game and get 3 more kills for themselves.
Kills, kills, kills. Unicorns and love going for it non-stop, but Aegon picked up, put down. Gaijin, not a team we've been saying their name too much, but a team that looks now to potentially take down one of the heavy-hitting teams, one of the most skilled teams within this lobby. Ked. He didn't do Ked things last time around. We saw him when he went in for that initial fight against GSG. Can he turn it around? Oh, they've actually finished off Aegon as well. So Unicorns of Love lost a player early on here in Gaijin. They're looking to upset the balance. They're looking to halt the aggression and the confidence that Unicorns of Love have built up over the last couple of games. And that could be problematic for him here, because Savage X, well, no one can get to him just yet. And Prada working his way down.
The third party has become the third party. This Gaijin are looking to push on that. Prada's on his own for the time being. Being careful using the massive rocks in front of them to his advantage. Black Sparks, don't forget about them. They're still looking in the distance. They hold on to the riverside as a 1-1 split, believe it or not, either side between the mainland and that southwest island. We're about to see phase 2 pop up. ScrimFarm and Destiny are getting closer together, and it is going to center up quite nicely. It seems like it's going to be a southwestern island finish. However, one thing that QLASH could do is they could stick to the coastline of that mainland, the compound that's right in front of them, whether it's a 1, 2, or even a full squad, and they can have angles on that southwest island. Qatar forces did go to Painan on the side note because Lakonostra MVP are not in this game.
He moved away just in the nick of time. Ked taking some shots through the smoke. It won't connect just yet. The Unicorns of Love, they're pinned down, they're outnumbered. Now they really do need to show us that pure teamwork, a dedication to their craft and the individual skill. If they want to push back Gaijin here, who look, they've slowly encroached on the position. They've worked their way forward, and Fresh, oh, he stands out for too long, and I think that's Black Sparks, despite having 2 players still taking shots out towards them.
I want to say Unicorns of Love should stay there, but they can't.
Oh no, Unicorns of Love. They're in a tough spot. Fresh, he's next to be shot at, but he's managed to get himself 2. He's looking for more, looking to do some serious damage, but he can't hold on. Prada finishes him off, but oh my, 1 extra bullet or so, and Prada, well, he could have been down and out of it. Gaijin could have been eliminated by 2, but they hold on. They stand strong, and, well, Unicorns of Love, the second team to be eliminated. They only got 3 points within that game. But that's still going to see them now at a total of 60 points in the opening day. That's not bad at all.
Nah, that's a massive result coming from their first 4 games. Of course, the majority of those points, well, not the majority, but a massive amount of those points coming from the first game alone. And that was only a slight mistake in that team fight on a side note from Unicorns of Love. If Ked hadn't pushed so quickly while Fresh was getting a first aid off, I reckon that could have been Unicorns of Love's fight to win. But because Ked got knocked so quickly, Fresh had to try and pull off that miracle 1v3. He got 2 of them. In the end, it was just too much for him to handle. RESQ are in the center of this phase 2, looking very healthy across the bridge, getting all the information. Lost Bullet have reverted to their runes position, which I'm honestly not a fan of, because if they leave it too late to disengage away from ruins, you're going to have too many teams around them, such as Panda, RESQ, maybe Destiny, or ScrimFarm as soon as one of those 2 teams enter across the bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for sure. Look at what Destiny can do. They had the strong start on the opening game of Sanhok, right? That was what we started the day off with. 26-point game. But after that, it slowed down for sure. Okay, you've made your points. Like you mentioned, they're probably guaranteed for being in that super weekend anyway, and then save themselves for that a bit. But you do want to just make sure you've done enough, no matter what.
Is Arrows in the water?
Yeah. Very far away from the rest of his team.
Cakes of Rice Gang gets taken out. Sayonara, konnichiwa. She just went for some kind of vehicle rotation, thinking the coastline was clear, and sorry, but you got taken out for it. UMBRA pulling off a ScrimFarm rotation, still in the blue, coming into the next phase. It is a massive shift over to the west. A somewhat unusual shift. We don't really see too many circle endings around this area, would maybe tend to go a little bit more south of that southwest island, or even somewhat to the east. So this is definitely interesting, and I would even say uncharted territory for a good few of these teams in a late stages of a competitive Sanhok game. It does put Panda in a fantastic spot outside of Tambang.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. I already said it from the beginning, they wouldn't have had to have moved, right? And they still sit comfortably. More teams have got to come out towards them. The only thing they would potentially have to worry about is the rotation, which currently, right now, isn't happening at all. So they can sit with their backs turned and feel very good about where this game is going. And remember, this is a team that, towards the end of last weekend, were just dominating through not only the placement points they were getting, but the full force attacks they were taking to these teams. Non-stop kills coming through for them.
UMBRA could come in and third party this one, as Ditati is the last player standing.
Yeah. The Tatty somehow still staying alive, though. Eventually will go down. ScrimFarm are the next team to fall, and Destiny will at least keep 3 players up within this, but certainly UMBRA going past them may be an interesting one. Maybe UMBRA don't even realize that Destiny is still hanging about here.
Probably don't.
As Gaijin, we saw them have some success, take down the remaining unicorns of love players that were there. Now they're having a battle against RESQ, but they're not fully across the bridge just yet either. Only Prada more pushed up, the rest of them towards the back, and still the Black Sparks players are there. But Prada, he's doing all the work right now. Not only just the molly, the smoke down as well. He's making sure he's got the cover he needs, and he's going to try and isolate these fights to take them one-on-one.
Nice smoke coming out from Prada. Kind of blocks off the cover that the other players across the road from RESQ have on him, and it allows him to play around the side of that building really healthy.
It certainly is about staying healthy in these early parts of the game, which is going to be very difficult if you're on this eastern side, where all the teams having to work their way in from. UMBRA only just getting across the bridge now. And they didn't actually engage with Destiny, so they did bypass each other in that one. Oh, nice tapping away. Sands for instantly finishes off Costi as well. No chance for any of the Gaijin players even to be able to react. And now Bujo here, he's going to find himself under pressure at the same time. Has to pop the first aid kit, but he's praying an aid doesn't go up and over towards him. And he's actually being shot from the side at the same time. Gaijin, oh, you're pinned down on the bridge, and that's never a spot you want to be in. Look at Coyote. He's got the vision. He sees what's going on. He's understanding the situation here. Now the blue will come on through. Oh, look!
Oh, that's
wow.
Shift.
Panda can just go now and take such a good spot as well. Look how close they are compared to everyone else.
They're the only team that's inside the circle, as Sanfor has taken the brunt of damage. He gets knocked down in the end. GAMELORD could be coming in to put RESQ under a little bit of pressure. On a side note, Destiny and UMBRA are going to clash on the bridge. Nobody's really going to come out on top of that one in a healthy way, although UMBRA do have the advantage of being out of the blue, so the pressure of that phase 4... Okay, I spoke too soon.
Where?
UMBRA gets taken out. My lord.
Oh, and that's just the power of Destiny. Fate was in their hands, and UMBRA, well, too slow to get past them. And Destiny bit him in the behind. Still a long way for these guys to go, and
tragic.
A huge amount of distance that's going to have to be gained here for these guys. Panda didn't go as fast forward into the circle as I was expecting. RESQ still just looking for everyone rotating around because they know how close they are actually to being within it. And it's UDR and Qatar forces that are close to each other here. UDR down the bottom of the hill taking these shots from RESQ the whole time. And I like this from RESQ so far, right? Taking control, looking around, willing to take the fights, but they're sticking together.
GAMELORD? What is that rotation? around runes where you get no information from. You had a good location coming into the circle, I just don't know, but now I do know that UDR Killers and Qatar forces are coming together.
They were close, it was what RESQ saw, and now RESQ's moved in while this was going on. They can keep him at bay from the other side. For Tony, the only player left for Gaijin. Trying to pick up some additional pieces, some additional points wherever possible here. As UDR Killers, they're understanding right now how they might be able to get away with this. And for now, it's going to be prone down and hidden in a bush. It's not pretty at all. Some awkward rotations for a lot of teams here, Imperium.
There is. In the last Sanhok game, Qatar forces failed to really control their area, and UDR Killers took advantage of that. I just hope it's not the same thing again. We are seeing a much stronger Qatar forces team.
So close, yet so far. But Tony wants to go in for the finish off. Will be able to grab it as well. Black Sparks, they were down on 2 players from very early on. Well, now they're down and out of it. The shifts continue, and we've gone over down towards the southwestern side. But interestingly enough, Panda and Destiny are now fighting it out.
Yeah, Destiny coming in from the blue. Beast got knocked. Mizzaro's left on his own. And I think that is to the detriment of Panda, believe it or not. I feel like they shouldn't have gotten distracted. And now with the circle shift, they are a little bit far away from the circle. Eastern Stars have firm control on the east. QLASH are under a hell of a lot of pressure. They're pulling off a GAMELORD and just going in blind with the vehicles. They've only lost 1, so Lisa Coney trades an MZ up.
Uh-oh. Hey, Coney. Sideswipe there by Leno. She'll pick that one up, and GAMELORD, well, they've already found some success. Can they grab themselves some more today? That would be huge for these guys, currently sat in 3rd place. But still, this eastern side is contested. There's QLASH, GAMELORD, Eastern Stars. Qatar, if they want to work their way in. RESQ still need to work their way down from the north and in. And Panda, well, they've lost 1 player. Now they want to try and battle it out. We spoke so heavily on these guys over and over again when it comes to fights. But now with the blue at their backs, the pressure being applied, they already had that fight with Destiny that you mentioned that didn't really benefit anyone again. Now they got to see what they can do here, and it's a Lush to keep him at bay, keep him further back. The nade. Oh, Lin! He's still alive, but the skin of his teeth wants to push around with the Uzi. Fast and furious, the bullets come out. He'll put him straight down. And the speed and the beauty of that gun close range does work out for him. But still, more of these Panda players need to find themselves inside the circle. Wow, what?
Yeah.
Full wipe? GAMELORD are on it today.
A little bit of blue zone coming into play as well, but now Eastern Stars are going to be looking to capitalize on that. They'd be very quiet in this game, but they've rotated very intelligently so far.
If they can keep it going, they might be able to have a chance to win this, because Aethys at the same time is the only player at all in the entire lobby that's in the circle. He worked his way down the south, bypassed it while his team were doing the damage onto everyone else, and finds himself in a good spot here. We'll be able to take full control of it. This could be a big win that Eastern Stars need. Only 2 players still remaining now for the Panda teams. We come back onto them. And Aethys, look, all alone, gain this ground, center circle, and they bypass 2 crates at the same time while going through this, which his teammates would be able to and could pick up if they wanted to. What is with these games today? GAMELORD now eliminated, but a 5th place is still good considering the day they've had anyway. And QLASH with 2 players left. It's so up in the air.
Destiny pulled off a heal strat, so at least they make it into the top 4, but we're down to our final 3 teams. I'm low-key surprised QLASH has been able to hold on this long, because they haven't looked extremely confident in this game so far. Panda are being punished, and Eastern Stars, this is their game, realistically.
Oh yeah, this is a big game for them. They've taken control. They're still within the circle, even with it shifting now. They have no problems at all where they're sat. And it looks like the other 2 players will just be healing off here. So all Eastern Stars have to do is just keep themselves chilling. Oh, Kato. All right. I respect it, you know.
Do it.
Still had 1 med you could have used, mate, but he didn't make it all the way in. Tries to go for it. And now it's all on MZ. So this is going to be an Eastern Stars win, but not a lot of kills off the back of it, Imperium. That's the only difference here, mate.
Yeah, they're definitely, again, a
good
more
Molly.
Intelligent, passive game from Eastern Stars.
Molly goes at his feet. The shots are going to come round. MZ looking to try and gain himself some additional points, but it won't work out. And we see it go the way of Eastern Stars. That one was pretty wild, pretty crazy. Eastern Stars just played it well on rotations, but they just didn't go in for the fights quick enough, really, did they? They were just chilling back most of the time.
And, you know, it was definitely a product of the very unorthodox circle shifts around that southwest island. But the way they position themselves in the early parts of the game, being on the eastern edge of the circle, it wasn't necessarily the fact that it was on the eastern edge, but it was the fact that they always had an exit strategy. They always had that, you know, reposition potential from where they were. And, you know, Zute taught me kind of this thing of how it's so important for a team to not only be able to enter the circle to a position, but be able to exit from that position the right way. That's pretty much what Eastern Stars pulled off. I think Panda fighting with Destiny was a really big negative to them potentially claiming the chicken dinner, because I think if they either had have avoided it or full on took it on and cleared it out quickly, they would have had a little bit more control coming into those final couple of circles. But considering where they were in the standings, a third place is a third place.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Panda, because I personally in that game wanted to see some more from them. They not only did they sit back sometimes, but there was 2 opportunities when the circle shifted where they could have just gone in for it and taken some extra space. Maybe they didn't feel comfortable with the information they had. Obviously, we couldn't see their whole journey the way of it. We're looking at the map a lot of the times when we're seeing their positions, but there was a couple of chances where I thought, you can just go perfect position now. You can go step ahead of everyone else because they were closer. It was benefiting them slightly, not that it was them being inside of it.
Yeah.
Didn't work out in the end for him, and like you said, Destiny literally just came in from behind him and caused him a massive problem. But that is it. We are done on the games for today, but let's understand some more madness. Our poor analysts have one very difficult job once again, because we continue to get some very interesting games. So let's find out what they got to say after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe as we finished off our first day of league play. I think I just gave Maxman a slight heart attack there. Like, some teams might have given us a slight heart attack at the end of the day. That's all finished off. Let's just go straight into our rankings here so you can see the points allocated for all the teams. And, of course, Eastern Stars taking themselves the chicken dinner, most importantly. But what I'm really curious is, because this is our last week of league play, Claris, teams have to show up right now. They have to qualify, and there's so many teams still on that bubble of potentially not making it through into the finals.
Sorry, did you say something, Jason? My ears are still ringing. Is it? Okay. Oh, no, I'm fixed now. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, 21 points for Eastern Stars. Not that many kills. For me, when I see your Sanhok game play out quite like this, you're expecting an even spread of kills, I think. It's a lot of teams getting pinched, a lot of teams dying off in the blue towards the end, and then, you know, there's really not that much to clean up, and Eastern Stars kind of rotate well to be able to capitalize a lot on that, and a nice 21-pointer for them.
Yeah, there was a big cluster of teams actually where QLASH were onto the northern eastern side of the circle, and Eastern Stars very easily saw or even just heard it and like, okay, we don't want to fight that. And it did a very similar approach, I would say, to Qatar forces, avoiding Paradise Resort in game 3 just early, actually. So I think that was a really good call from Eastern Stars, and then they were literally in the circle and everyone else was dying to the blue. Though, the one team I find in a very interesting position, and you know, rooted for them in this game, for Panda, and you said that they had a good position, a good opportunity to actually potentially win that game, but they were fighting versus Destiny, and Imperium was beating around the bush and like, oh, it wasn't great, and I'm going to go out and say it. It was yikes, okay? You don't want to take that fight versus Destiny. You're going to be taken down into the blue. I think Panda had a great chance, but unfortunately they got caught out in a fight that did cause their demise at the end.
I was sort of surprised. They could have moved a little bit more south. I mean, they had the opportunity to scout it out, but I mean, it's by the by. 15 points. It's Panda, it's Destiny. They get 13 points. They're fine. It's fine.
Well, two teams as well that did relatively fine. I mean, Gaijin Seraphim, 5 kills, 1 placement point gain, 6 points in total. Qatar forces another 5 points added to their tally. So some of these teams who have only qualified for 1 Super Weekend or 0 Super Weekends have been able to put on a pretty decent showing today. So move ahead and see our other 8 teams. And, well, this is why I didn't go for RESQ, I guess. Then they get themselves 4 points. ScrimFarm as well, only on 4. But you can see RESQ down towards the bottom here, as well as GSG Europe already had a solid game earlier on today. I think at the first match of the day. RESQ are in a bit of a struggle here, Max, and I don't know what they need to do differently.
The thing is that's what I was going to touch upon. They have done nothing differently. When I mean that, I've been talking about so many teams. This is probably the point that I've been talking about the most, but I think this is very important for a tournament where this is for a lot of the teams their first international experience in this PMPL. Rise Gang have seemed very stale. They are not improving on different aspects of the game they should be working on. And I think that is definitely hindering their chances really, and I mean really heavily today. We'll have to check out the overall rankings to see, but I'm pretty sure they are in very, very dangerous waters. So yeah, Rise Gang, I have no idea what's going through their minds, but they're just playing the same way they've been playing throughout the first week, and I think that is at the end what's pulling them down in the standings.
Well, we're taking a look at our top players, and someone we mentioned in day 2 of the Super Weekend who was sitting out, Sanhok, gets himself back here onto the top players with 610 damage done. But we also get to see Yusuf come through, Bazzi as well, Linyi. We're starting to see some common names, but finally making it back onto the leaderboard here, Killers.
Yep, Sanhok very capable. I kept reiterating it, even though it was one of the bench warmers throughout that day, as you mentioned, and putting up 610 damage in a situation like this where a lot of teams have gone out pretty early, kind of because of pinches, because of third parties, etc. Not too bad, and it's kind of an interesting day as a whole in terms of seeing Yusuf up there. Qatar forces middling currently in the 9th place overall. So yeah, the points have been interesting today. That game was kind of slow, a steady game, but the points are interesting all over the day.
Well, I needed to mention Sanhok because he followed me on Instagram, so I was very happy.
Nice.
Let's take a look at our daily report. Yeah, I mean, kind of some big people follow me on Instagram. Let's take a look, though, at our results from the day, and you can see who won what matches. And we did have Destiny, of course, getting their 1 chicken dinner per day quota. I think they've only one day this entire event have not gotten a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. Polar Ace even coming through with a victory, which was really well-deserved for them.
A little chicken dinner fiesta. All different teams going to be taking himself 1 win each on this one. I think that Polar Ace started off really strong at the very start of the day, so I am happy to see them put themselves some good results because they were towards that danger zone in the Super Weekend rankings. So they need to have that cushion. They need to make sure they make it into this next Super Weekend to solidify the chances of them actually entering into the top 16 teams to make into the finals of this PMPL. This is good. Otherwise, some other teams that I think has been doing great, especially as GAMELORD, they got himself some decent points also that last game, and they did get himself also a win off the bat, taking it away from the likes of QLASH, and you saw Unicorns of Love on, I believe it was game 4. Yeah, game 4. So yeah, I think this is potentially by far, well, not even potentially, this is clearly by far the best day GAMELORD has had during the entirety of this event. So I'm hoping that now that can transition into the Super Weekends to see them try and climb a little bit higher. Even though they are really comfortable in the Super Weekend itself, I would like to see them a little bit higher up in the rankings because I think they can do way better than that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams that potentially can do that as well. We've seen glimpses out of so many different teams. Remember, we have 20 different teams, the best in the region, going head-to-head here. So it is definitely hard to shine, but when we do see it, is great to see. Just like it's going to be great to see our overall standings now and get an idea of where our current bubble is sitting and what teams are above it, and unfortunately, which teams are below it. Now, any of the teams that took home a chicken dinner today, most likely going to be here in our top 8 pages. We're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all of them actually make it into the front page here. So Unicorns Love leading the way with 32 kill points. That is insane because the next closest is 23.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about our day 1 of this league play compared to the other day 1s in previous league play is that there wasn't a team at the top that was, soaking up towards the effect of like 70-some points or something like that. I mean,
Destiny.
So it's been a little bit more even today in regards to the points, which still leaves some decent opportunities for some teams down towards the bottom to be able to have that catch-up potential. But I mean, even some of the teams in the middle of this pack right now are not exactly safe, but have done quite a bit in essence as well. It's far smoother a curve here today, Max.
I do feel bad for Unicorns, though, in the sense that Agon, just before this game, mentioned, I hope you didn't talk about us in that death segment. I'm like, well, I did, and they died 15th. So I'm like, well, I'm sorry, mate. But still, despite one really bad performance coming their way, still 57 points is an absolute banger for them. UDR Killers also a team that was in the danger zone, so them being able to be on the first page after this first day of league play is amazing to see. But the second page, that's where, you know, we're going to be seeing a lot more interesting facts about the teams that need to show up tomorrow for the last day of all of these league plays to see if they can make it in. And we see a lot of teams that are potentially going to be struggling onto the bottom side. So we'll see. But otherwise, this top page, as we said, like, we're not really too surprised. These are big names we were expecting to see here. So we're looking pretty golden.
I disagree, Max. I think Clash here in particular, because they had such an underwhelming performance at our second Super Weekend. I think, well, I don't know which one's the surprising one, the underperformance of Super Weekend or the fact that they're third place at the moment in league play. But there was definitely a change in style, not necessarily a change of style, but a change in performance.
I disagree, Jason.
Well, you could disagree all you want.
Because Max didn't bring them up because it's Clash. Just remember that. All right, keep going.
That's a good point.
I agree.
All right, let's take a look at our other 8 teams at the moment, or who would be currently safe. We did end off the league play here right now, and that would mean these would be our 16 teams playing in the Super Weekend. And RESQ actually have made it through here in 16th at the moment, but we still have not a big discrepancy in points between 9th and 16th place. It's just 12 points, Clarence. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, very dangerous right now for everybody here. And, I mean, that's a lot of names that are going to play a pivotal role on that bubble threshold, especially as well with our 17th through 20th teams that we're going to look at a little bit later on. ScrimFarm, for example, currently, yes, technically safe. Yes, they would like to be able to get into that next Super Weekend. Likewise, that I think that if I were some of these bigger teams and I'm looking at ScrimFarm and how they're playing and the potential that they have, I have to reiterate it, I would look to try and punish them and make sure that they don't get in, because they are a team that can frag out if you give them the opportunity to do so.
I think ScrimFarm too is, because of GODSENT's been trying to actually get himself a little opportunities to maybe shut down their rotational pathing in a way. So I think this is actually a really good point. You know, ScrimFarm, they're currently looking great, and I think that teams are, after watching the VOD today, they might be thinking, okay, we're really comfortable on the top page. We're going to try and maybe ruin the chances of ScrimFarm. But I want to talk about a team that actually has been ruining their own chances on their very own. In my eyes, that's been GSG. They started off so well. Yeah, I'm going in a little bit harsh on this one because I loved so much that very first Sanhok game from GSG. I mean, they were playing the bridge position. They contested all the teams trying to enter from the eastern side, and they took control of great compound. That was a fantastic game. And after that, nothing. And now they're in 15th position. A big majority of their 19 points coming out from one game alone, which that game was still strong, don't get me wrong, but we're looking for consistent teams for you to actually make it into the Super Weekend and look comfortable. So GSG, looking back on that first game, I want to see them play like that all the time, because I think it's been a little bit on the lower end after a great performance at the start of the day.
They had, what, 17 points in that game, and they've had 2 in the
I think that was
next
it, yeah.
3. Yeah, so a bit rough.
Okay, so we're actually not making fun of Max now. We're actually all on Max's side, if I can test the temperature.
Don't just say random stuff all the time.
Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look at our last 4 teams, though. I haven't seen an UMBRA in there, so I'm a little bit worried that UMBRA is going to be down towards the bottom. We do have RESQ, UMBRA, Nexus, and Lost Bullet. So we have 2 teams that have played in our first 2 Super Weekends here, currently not going to be qualifying at the moment.
It's close, though, right? But anything can happen tomorrow. You got to go back to the drawing board. I mean, there's a world where I think some of these teams could just try and play for placement as decent, as evenly as possible tomorrow, if they're feeling a little bit more on the nervous side about things, considering that their tournament life is on the line. It's a difficult position to be in, though, for sure.
The thing is, Max, you're looking at it from... I just want to touch on this. Though it's only just about a 10-point gap from ScrimFarm that's on the second page, and also the bottom side, which is going to be held on by Lost Bullet. One game is all they need. One decent game, even if it's not a win, if it's a top 3, you're good. So I will say even the likes of Lost Bullet, Nexus, UMBRA, RESQ, they can still clearly make it. They just need to be in the mindset tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is a new day, and there are 5 chances for all these teams to get themselves chicken dinners. Obviously, they will play 4 matches, but there's going to be 5 matches in total being done. Now, as we move into our top MVP of the day, I'm actually really curious who this is, though I'm thinking it's probably going to be on someone from Unicorns of Love, if I'm not mistaken. And let's give me 3 of their players actually making it in.
Okay. Well, I thought maybe we had actually 4 players of Unicorns of Love at some point, but no, it's still going to be 3, but no big surprise whatsoever. I mean, Fresh was amazing today throughout the entirety of this PMPL, even I would clearly say. But Ked, that Erangel game on Game 4 was fantastic. But even though it did not result in a win, that was some of the most aggressive players we've seen in a very, very long while throughout this PMPL. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see 3 players of Unicorns of Love. I think it's very fitting seeing how they played today.
Very nice. As well as Yusef there. Yusef, we spoke about him before, Jason, in terms of what Qatar Forces is able to put up. He's definitely one of their star players for sure, and he's going to be able to move them on up if they can get into this super weekend. And right now they're doing well.
You know, I'm not trying to take the attention away from Fresh, Cat, I got anyone on this list, but I do want to bring up something that I brought up during the Super Weekend. This guy wasn't playing GK first, but I remember in one of our top 5 MVP days, he had over 630 damage. I think he was at like 634 damage average per match in the Super Weekend, which is 5 matches. And I just really wanted to bring that up again because I remember bringing it up at that time saying how much more he had than everyone else. So we know the potential of a player like GK First, and even with the great performance Unicorns of Love had, we still had GK First edge them out when it came to that Super Weekend.
Well, good to know your favorite player, Jason, as you...
I have no favorite players. I just have favorite analysts, which is why I brought you 2 here into the show. But like we said before, tomorrow is a new day with new chances. But before we do head off and end off the show, I want to give once again a shout out here to our sponsor of OnePlus, because when it comes to power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. And I wish someone would actually take a screenshot of QLASH's face, because I want to use that for the telestration segment one day that I might do. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all again for tuning in today. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time for our final day of league play, and then we have our Super Weekend kicking off 2 days later before we fully get into our finals to find our top 3 teams to represent us at the UMBRA Regional Championships. We'll see you tomorrow, and have a great night.